Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Fenway Park for Game 2 of the day-night doubleheader between the Red Sox and the New York Yankees from Fenway Park. Hi again, everybody. Don Orsillo is always joined by Jerry Remy, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. And Jerry, tonight, after a very long last night, tonight the Red Sox take on the Yankees in Game 2 after a tough loss, and today a wild day for the Red Sox here at Fenway.
Well, this is kind of a strange day all around, but it was a great day for Mike Lowell, and of course he had the celebration prior to the ball game today, and that really was the highlight of the game for the first game of this day-night doubleheader, which we expect to start at 9:15, the second game. So I'm not so sure about that. We'll have to wait and see. But the fact is, it was a special day for Mike Lowell, and he was very touched by it.
Game 1 ending at 8:33, and of course before Game 1, the ceremony here for Mike Lowell, and certainly he was very touched by it today. Mike not knowing what to expect today, and Mike Doy here at Fenway Park, a thank you to Mike Lowell for all that he has done. Of course, the 2007 World Series MVP, and signs all over the ballpark. His parents were in attendance as well. The Red Sox are bringing back some of his old teammates, Mike Redmond and AC, Alex Cora, also in the house today as part of the Thanks Mike Day, and of course handing him third base. The Red Sox also made an incredibly generous donation of $100,000 to his foundation, which he started some 10 years ago, both for children in Miami and in Boston. Mike meeting with the media down in the media room at the moment.
Close by now.
Well, I know I'm staying the game. I told Tito if I hit a home run, I'm done. So I was delighted with the first at bat, obviously, but I don't think I mean, pretty fitting for me to hit one. I think it's a good end off the wall with my wheels stay at first, but I just missed it. So I guess not push it. Finished off being a nice day.
Can you describe your emotions from this whole day?
I was very excited because I think everyone did a good job of keeping me in the dark. I didn't really know what to expect. I think it was easy to say that it went well above and beyond what I expected. I think bringing in guys like Mike Redmond and Alex Cora that was really special. And you know, having all my teammates out there 30 minutes before a game was really cool. So I think that all went way past any plan that I had, or, you know, they since I heard it was going to be like 350, I said, well, maybe it'd just be a nice thing, shake hands, you know, but it really was something very special. And I didn't want to look at my dad or my mom during the video, because I know my dad like cries in like a Kraft's cheese commercial, so I didn't want to look at him because I know it would get me a little bit. So I think speaking towards the end, I really had to kind of get my breath, and I didn't want to get choked up. But you know, I wanted really to take the time to tell the fans how much that meant to me. You know, these 5 years, because I think I've gotten a response that has been much more than really what I think I deserve.
How much did that donation that the Red Sox made to your foundation mean to you?
Well, I think our Red Sox Foundation does a great job of letting us know in spring training how involved they want to be, not only themselves, but in our, you know, we have several guys that do events, and so I think they're very involved in the community, and I think they support when guys do things outside of the Boston area, which is, I think, makes it come full circle. So I think dropping a check of that amount really caught me off guard, and I think it's a testament to, you know, the organization and how they feel thankful for guys being able to do something off the field as well as on the field.
Mike, did you happen to catch how excited the older of your two daughters, or your daughter, was there on the field?
Yeah, she my son's more the shy one. My daughter, like, she could probably sit here in front of you guys and start answering questions. So I think she was enjoying it just because she got to be on the field and probably didn't go to school on Friday, you know. So she's not really too taken up by crowds or moments like that. So, but it was great having them here. You know, I hadn't seen them in a while, and they all flew in yesterday. So I thought it was really cool to have, you know, my wife and both the kids even taking out the lineup cards was, I thought, pretty a nice touch.
Mike, would you?
I think, easily winning the World Series has to be the best memory, but I think there's such a difference between how the support of the fans and the following of this team compared to, I know I came up to the Yankee system, but I was only there a month, so I really didn't get to feel that, the big league side, what it was like. But the Marlins was very different. It was a situation where we were kind of trying to see ways of putting more people in the seats, and I think here in Boston, I think Red Sox players are kind of put on a public pedestal, and it could be really good, and it could be really rough. So I think that aspect is something that I've come to really appreciate.
Mike, do you know what you're going to be doing the rest of your life?
In life, no. Short term, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to be a little bit better golfer and a better fisherman for a while, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. I think everyone who, maybe besides Uke and David, who don't live in Boston, besides those two, everyone lives outside of Boston, as their home. I think everyone's a little bit excited to get home at the end of the season. I think after the new year, it might be something very different for me, because that's usually when, I've been lifting weights, but that's when I start hitting and throwing. So I think that might be a little bit of a different course of action for me.
You think you'll stay in baseball?
I'd like to. I mean, I just don't want. I think I know myself in the sense of, if I'm going to do something, I feel like I want to do it the right way, and I think if I get into something right away, that's going to take a lot of time, and I'm not sure I want to dive into that right away. So I don't want to say I want to close any door in that sense, but I kind of want to. I'll put it this way: I'm happy that I have nothing on my agenda, and I think something will pan out. Like I said, I enjoy more aspects than just playing the game, and I would find it hard just to say I'm not going to do anything related to the game forever.
With the ceremony today, were you planning all along that this was going to be your last game? Were you thinking about maybe playing tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I told Tito, I would love to end my career on a base hit. I told him if I get one in my first at bat and lets it to home run, it's no big deal. Then I walked, and then I got up again, and I said, God, if I get a base hit here, 2 for 2, there's no guarantee. If I go 0 for 3 on Sunday, I had a chance to leave 2 for 2. So I thought it was really nice, and just to get a standing ovation on the last thing, that's when it kind of hit me. But I'm glad I didn't have to speak at that time, so that worked out good for me.
Like you said, between the players and the fans, the relationship for me, they're really good or really rough, and it was always really good for you. Did that ever surprise you, just given the situation when you came here?
I didn't know what to expect when I came here, because obviously 05 was not the year that I was happy with, and I don't think many people, I think a lot of people didn't know what to expect of what I was going to do, so I just took it as I felt like I was prepared, and I felt like if I felt good at the plate, numbers would be there, but nowhere near the positive reaction right away that I got. So I think from that sense, it was something very satisfying, because you hear, oh, this is a big market, it's a pressure cooker. If you don't do well early, they can boo you out of the city. And I was like, man, I know I got 2 years left on my contract. I really wouldn't want to go that route early on. So it worked out nice. I don't think anyone wants to do poorly, but when you do well and then you get such a nice response from, I guess, a fan base and a coverage. Like this is the coverage of the team was what I thought was so different compared to what I was used to for 7 years in Florida. And I think that kind of molds people's opinions, and everything is, I think magnified is the best way to do it. So I didn't really know what to expect, but everything turned out pretty good.
Mike, you said earlier in the press conference that the response you got from the fans was far greater than you deserved. What did you mean by that, and why do you suppose that was the case?
Well, because, speaking to someone like Joe Castiglione, he's telling me that he can't remember anyone basically since maybe Yaz or Bob Stanley being able to do this. And I look at, there's a lot of really good players that have come through this organization. And I laughed at Joe because I said, Mike Lowell and Yaz, I mean, are we serious? So for him to compare it to that, I feel like they almost put me in a position of where my numbers don't merit it, you know what I mean, to that response. So that's what I kind of was referring to. I mean, I enjoy it. I'm happy with it. It's not something that, hey, I don't deserve it, don't do it, because it makes me feel great about the way I went about my business. But, yeah, I think I meant it in that way, you know. And then as Joe and I were having a conversation, he was saying, you know, Clemens obviously left and Manny left, and other guys didn't finish their career in Boston. They went other places like Dwight Evans, you know. And so I think in that sense I was kind of lucky despite seemingly almost leaving this year 3-4 times during the year. So I think all in all it worked out nice.
How do you look back on this year, and how nice is it, kind of as you're alluding to, to end with something like this?
The ending is great. You know, I mean, I don't really want to harp on a negative, but yeah, this year was tough. I didn't enjoy my role because I didn't think my strengths catered to helping out in that sense. And that was frustrating for me, and I don't think my stance ever changed from the first time I spoke to all you guys in spring training, you know, so, but like I said, I don't think life is scripted perfectly anyway, so for it to end like this is a better script than I really would have thought, so in that sense, I'm pretty grateful for that.
Given the role you played in your career, what was it like to have your dad throw the 360?
That was really cool. You know, I don't even know, it was a blur whether it was Dave O'Brien or Joe saying it, but it kind of does come full circle, you know, because I always said my best memories for me growing up is my dad always worked half day on Wednesdays, and I was always excited to come there because he was ready. We would play. I still remember playing pepper in the street when I was 5, and he had keys to the local, you know, baseball field, and you know, it was great. And I knew he was warming up in the cage before he threw, but he always threw great batting practice. So I'm glad he got to show off because everyone was like, "Hey, your dad threw a nice pitch. He has a good arm." So I can tell him some guys thought he did a good job.
First thing that went through your mind when you opened that watch box out there at this ceremony?
I knew Tito was up to something because he told me open it, open. I'm like, there's something going on here. So it was empty when I opened it. Of course, he had it in his back pocket.
Mike, Wake just kind of admitted that next year was likely to be his last also, and he's kind of had a rough season with his role as well this year. So what do you think of Wake and what he's been doing?
Well, I think Wake's stamp in his Red Sox history is much greater than anyone I've been around. You know, I think he's, speaking of a story, I mean, he was a first baseman. He told me in the minor leagues, and to turn out a 16-year career in this organization and do well and have so much success. I mean, the innings pitched, the victories. I mean, you're throwing his name around with, you know, Clemens and Cy Young for, you know, Red Sox history. So I don't think he has anything but positives to look at as his career here with the Red Sox. His personal situation, I think, you know, he probably can answer that better than me.
All the things that happened to you today, what was the highlight?
I think I was mic'd up, so I had to choose my words wisely. My son looked at me when they were doing the video, and he said, "Dad, are you really the greatest baseball player in the whole world?" And I wanted to look at him straight face and say, "Yes, I am." But since I was mic'd up, it might come off a little bit. I said, "No, I'm just a baseball player." And he goes, "But everyone's kind of acting like you're the greatest in the whole world." And I'm like, keep that thought.
Mike, was there anything that you can share that took place between you and your teammates today, or do you think their goodbyes are coming tomorrow?
No, it was pretty good. I'll tell you, we frown upon opening pre-game ceremonies. I think it ruins everyone's ritual, routine, soft toss, maybe except for the starter that day. So it was pretty. It was a pretty substantial gesture for me to have all those guys on the top step. I even told Pap, "I can't believe you're out there because I never see you before the 5th inning." So those are the things that I think really stand out. You know, when your teammates have no problem doing it, because you always hear some grumbling when it's hey, this is going on. We got to be there at 30 minutes, you know, because it does. I mean, I think we're creatures of habit. Everyone has their routine, their times, and stuff like that. But that was really special, you know, even in this season when I really wasn't an everyday player.
Was it nice that the organization started with the team you were playing?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty ironic. You know, I was very grateful for Rob Thompson, who was my first manager ever in pro ball, and Mick Kelleher was the minor league infield rover. I mean, he worked with me a lot. He really helped me out a lot because I literally never played one inning of third base till I signed a pro contract. So I needed to learn the angles, and I needed to learn how to play the position. I thought he was very instrumental in helping me out. So I thought it was kind of a really nice closure for them to be a part of it, yeah.
Did Alex and Mike stick around to dinner with you?
Oh, yeah, they're staying one more day because I know there's going to be a big tab tomorrow. So the second game of the doubleheader ruined double tab, so maybe I'm thankful for that. So, all right, guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Fenway Park. Red Sox and Yankees in Game 2 of the day-night doubleheader as the Yankees take Game 1 in 10 innings, 6-5. And as we get ready for Game number 2, let's check in with Heidi Watt.
The Red Sox have more than 1,000 total games missed due to injury this season. They've had 19 players on the disabled list for a total of 24 trips. Now, that's 7 pitchers, 4 catchers, and 8 other position players. The Red Sox have never used that as an excuse, but it's hard not to look at the number of injuries and wonder what could have been. By comparison, last year, the Sox had 15 players with 18 DL stints and a total of 709 games missed. This Red Sox injury report is brought to you by Fallon Community Health Plan. Contact your broker or visit fchp.org. Don?
Okay, Heidi, thank you very much. No doubt the injury report has been a filled one in 2010. The Red Sox have taken the field, so let's check out the visiting New York Yankees starting 9. Brett Gardner will lead it off. He's in left field with Curtis Granderson in center field batting second. Mark Teixeira is the DH with Alex Rodriguez at third base. Robinson Cano at second base. Lance Berkman is at first base. Austin Kearns in right field. Francisco Cervelli catch a nightcap as he bats 8th. And it is Eduardo Nunez at shortstop who bats 9th. On the mound for the Red Sox, Daisuke Matsuzaka. He's looking for that elusive 10th win of the year as he comes in at 9-6 for his 25th start of the year. A 4.72 earned run average. He's worked 148 and 2/3 innings, and opponents are hitting at 242 against Daisuke. Last time out, a no decision against these very New York Yankees. An 8-inning effort in which he gave up 2 runs, walked a batter and struck out 7, ended up with a no decision. He went 6 shutout innings before Alex Rodriguez with a 2-run home run in the 7th inning.
The defense tonight for the Red Sox will have Felipe Lopez at third base, Yamaiko Navarro, the shortstop, Eric Patterson at second, and Lars Anderson, the first baseman. Left to right, Daniel Nava, Ryan Kalish, and Josh Reddick, and Kevin Cash doing the catching for Daisuke.
Umpiring crew, Hunter Wintelstead has a play calling the balls and strikes. Brian Runge at first base. Jerry Lane, who's the crew chief, is at second base, and Jeff Nelson is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
And here we go in game 2. The temperature is down to 54 degrees tonight with a breeze in from left field at 6 miles per hour. It is clear above, and while it is a little chillier, much better conditions tonight than what we saw last night, which was just horrible if you were part of the experience here last night, raining a ton and never really stopped.
Well, it did cool off quite a bit, though.
Yes. Yeah, so on the chilly side tonight as here we go in game 2. There's Brett Gardner standing in on the left side to get it started. Daisuke Matsuzaka ready. And the first pitch of this one is up and away for ball 1, and we're underway. Brett Gardner at 276 with 5 home runs and 46 runs batted in. Gardner takes the strike, and it's 1-1.
The last time Daisuke faced the Yankees, he really attacked them with his fastball and his slider.
Gardner went 0 for 3 in the first game. Jerry, one thing we noticed in his last outing is something that he's done pretty rarely, and that's work quickly, which he did last time out against New York.
He had it going on pretty good in that last game against the Yankees. He felt good about himself. You could tell he was throwing his fastball well, his slider, and had a good pace to the game.
1-2 to Gardner is a high chopper left side from short. Navarro. He's got no play. Too much speed for Brett Gardner, who gets down the line and reaches it first.
Well, you normally see Derek Jeter in that leadoff spot, but it's Gardner tonight. Big bounce that the Michael Navarro can't get to in time, and really no chance at all to get Gardner at first base.
Let's send it down to Heidi.
Well, Don, so far this season, Daisuke Matsuzaka has 127 strikeouts, and since he's making a charitable donation of $500 for each strikeout he throws, that adds up to a generous donation of $63,500 to the Red Sox Foundation to help children in our community. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. As Curtis Granderson stands in with Brett Gardner at first base and nobody out here in the top half of the first inning. Granderson hitting at 249, 24 homers and 66 runs batted in.
That was a huge win for the Yankees in Game 1 in their quest to win the division.
The Tampa Bay Rays have a 4-0 lead over Kansas City in the 7th inning last time we checked in Kansas City. Then, of course, the Yankees beginning the day with a half-game lead over the Tampa Bay Rays and winning Game 1 today in 10 innings. So tonight's game also important for New York as Joe Girardi and his Yankees with another good lineup out there tonight for the second game. Anderson lifts it to center field. Ryan Kalish is out there waiting for it. And he'll make the catch for the first out here in the first inning. Gardner back to first.
Well, once again, Daisuke starting this game off similar to the last one, but mostly all fastballs to begin the ball game. I know it's early, only a couple of hitters, but it's been basically fastball after fastball.
1 out, 1 on for Mark Teixeira. DH here in the nightcap, hitting at 260, 33 home runs, 108 runs batted in. As he takes ball 1 inside. Teixeira with a couple of hits in the first game, with 2 for 5, with a double in the first game and a run batted in. Runner goes, a pitch, a strike, and the throw from Cash is going to be not in time. Brett Gardner steals second base and gets into scoring position with one down.
Yeah, he pitched a good pitch to go on, too. He got the changeup from Matsuzaka. Not a real great jump at first base, but certainly the changeup helped Gardner beat that play.
So one down, runner at second base, and Teixeira waits on a 1-1. That's a strike over the outside corner, 1-2. Daisuke Matsuzaka in his career against the Yankees 3-3 with a 5.70 ERA. This one hits Teixeira. They got him on the leg, and he'll head down to first base.
Matsuzaka trying the slider that time, and the slider looks like it goes right off the knee of Mark Teixeira. And he makes his way painfully down to first base.
So 2 on, 1 away. As Teixeira tries to shake it off. There's A-Rod playing in both ends of the day-night doubleheader. Alex at 271 with 30 home runs and 124 runs batted in. He was 1 for 5 in the first game today with an RBI. As he takes ball 1 away. Infield hit for Brett Gardner to get the inning started. Curtis Granderson flied out to center. Gardner stole second base. Teixeira hit by a pitch, so it's first and second, 1 away here in the top half of the first inning. Well, it's up high, 2-0.
Rodriguez has had his problems throughout his career against Daisuke. Only 136, but he does have 1 home run.
It's part of our key matchup brought to you by New England Honda dealers. 4 RBIs to go along with that 1 home run. Swing on a foul tip near the catcher's mitt. And it's 2-1. Daisuke trying to get that 10th win of the year. He has not had a victory since he beat the Orioles at Baltimore back on the 2nd of September. Since then, a couple of losses, Tampa Bay and Baltimore, and a couple of no decisions, Seattle and New York. This one has popped up back at first, sending Lars Anderson into foul ground. By the tarp, the wind takes it, and Lars makes the catch. The wind just kept pushing that thing, and Lars Anderson, who started off about 10 feet away from the tarp, ended up over it to make the catch 2 down.
Yeah, that breeze really blowing back in here toward, blowing that back toward the stands, and Lars Anderson right to the top to make the catch. Good concentration by Anderson as he heads over in that direction.
So 2 down here in the first inning. First and second, and Robinson Cano the batter. Cano with .317, 29 homers and 108 runs batted in. Boston Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by Ace Ticket. Great seats at great prices. 2 down here in the top half of the first inning. Runners at first and second for New York. And Robinson Cano down 0-1. Cano slaps it foul to the left, and it's 0-2.
Cano comes into the game hitting .317. 29 home runs on the season.
Great first game, 3 hits and 5 at bats, 2 doubles, 2 runs batted in. Also a home run in the first game for Robinson Cano. Sitting on 29 for the season. Inside, and he gets hit. Second batter hit here in the first inning. Daisuke got Teixeira, now he gets Cano.
And both on the same pitch, the slider. Got Teixeira a little bit higher, gets the Cano down around the foot. Right foot for Robinson Cano.
So loads the bases. 2 down here in the first inning, and here's Lance Berkman. Berkman did not play in the first game today, and 257 average with a home run, 8 runs batted in. It's outside, ball 1. Bases filled with the Yankees with 2 down here in the first inning. This will be the 20th pitch of this first inning for Daisuke. And it misses for ball 2, 2-0. This is the second doubleheader of the season for New York, as they split doubleheader against the Tigers back on May the 12th. It's called strike, and it's 2-1. So Gardner at third, Teixeira at second, Cano at first, 2 down in the first. There's Austin Kearns as a 2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a foul tip, and it's 2-2.
Once again, Matsuzaka going with the fastball to the outside of the plate this time and throws it by Lance Berkman.
Uses are wild on the scoreboard and left. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. A fly ball sent foul. See if the wind brings it back. It won't. It'll end up back in the seats and out of play. CC Sabathia in the dugout tonight for the Yankees. His next start will come in the postseason. The 2-2. Down and in, ball 3, full count. This will be the 25th pitch of the first inning for Daisuke Matsuzaka. He's trying to get out of a bases loaded jam to start this game. Gardner, Teixeira, and Cano take up the bases for the Yankees. Down low, ball 4, he walks in a run. The Yankees take a 1-0 lead. Daisuke with a bases loaded walk, and here comes John Farrell, the pitching coach.
You could almost see Daisuke aiming that ball on the 3-2 count. He has not been able to get his slider over in the first inning. He's basically been just with fastballs, and he almost aiming that last pitch and ends up walking him with ball 4.
Well, it's time now to take a look at the game notes brought to you by Jordan's Furniture tonight. Daisuke Matsuzaka, 4th time he's pitching in a doubleheader with the Red Sox. He's 2-1 in his previous 3 starts. That'll be the first time that he started game 2 of the doubleheader. AJ Burnett making his final postseason audition for Joe Girardi. Last 11 have not gone well. He's 1-7 in his last 11 with a 6.98 ERA. The Yankees lead the AL with a .989 fielding percentage. They have just 7 errors this month, on pace to break the team record for fielding percentage in a season set in 1995 and in 2008. So 2 down, bases are still loaded for Austin Kearns. 266 with 10 home runs and 49 runs batted in. Fouled off, and it's 0-2. Austin Kearns, of course, signed a minor league deal with the Cleveland Indians to begin the year. Originally drafted by the Reds, a first rounder back in '98. Acquired by the Yankees from the Indians on July the 30th, just prior to the trade deadline. Breaking ball misses high, and it's 1-2.
There's the slider again from Daisuke, and again not close. This one missing up and out of the strike zone.
Kearns tried to hold up. They won't check, and now they will, and no, says Brian Runge. And it's 2-2. We're about to see the 30th pitch of this first inning for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Looks like a good call from Brian Runge.
Yeah, no swing.
The 2-2 pitch to Austin Kearns. And a swing and a miss. Daisuke strikes him out. The Yankees get a run, lead it 1-0 after half an inning.
This is a good first.
Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Eastern Bank, the best team in banking. Last half of the first inning back at Fenway Park. Yankees have taken a 1-0 advantage. And on the mound tonight for New York is A.J. Burnett. His 33rd start of the year, comes in at 10-15 with a 5.33 earned run average. He's logged 180 and 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting at 286 against Burnett. And last time out, lost against the Blue Jays and lasted just 2 1/3 innings. 7 hits and 7 runs. Walked a batter, struck out a batter. And it is Eric Patterson who leads it off for Boston and takes strike one. A.J. Burnett, 33 years of age, dealing with Patterson, who's hit at 219. So his time in Oakland and in Boston this year. As the 0-1 grabs the outside corner, 0-2. Over the inside corner for strike 3, and a good start for Burnett as he strikes out Eric Patterson, 1 down. Let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It's brought to you by New England Chevy Dealers. Aaron Patterson leading it off at second base. Felipe Lopez is at third base with J.D. Drew, the DH. Lars Anderson at first base in the cleanup spot with Ryan Kalish in center field. It is Daniel Nava in left field. Josh Reddick in right. Michael Navarro, the shortstop, bats eighth. And Kevin Cash pitching the nightcap, bats ninth. Lopez fouling it off to the left and out of play.
A.J. Burnett this season is 0-2 against the Red Sox, but 5-3 in his career against Boston teams. Plus, this outfit he's looking at right now a little bit different than what he normally sees.
Lopez takes the ball high in the count 1-1. Line to center. Granderson will dive, and it's off the glove. Reaching at first to be Lopez, just his second hit in the Red Sox uniform. Glancing off the diving bid by Curtis Granderson right off the glove, and Lopez at first with one down.
You could see that Granderson was playing shallow, and he could buy the glove and actually hit his throwing hand. So Felipe Lopez at first base with the base hit. Granderson at least able to keep that ball in front of him. Ball gets by him, and Lopez maybe still running.
1 out, 1 on. J.D. Drew in the lineup tonight for the second game as he stands in. And takes ball one. 94 that time from Burnett, but missing. Drew 256 with 21 home runs, 66 runs batted in. Inside, 2-0. Drew with a swing and a miss. 94 and by him that time.
Going back to the leadoff hit of the breaking ball, get curveball that time, gets Patterson for the first out of the ball game. Of course, that was followed by the base hit by Lopez.
So 1 out, 1 on, and a count here of 2-1 to J.D. Drew. Quick check, and back is Lopez at first base. A.J. Burnett has been pitching behind a lot. He's allowed 6 runs in a major league leading 10 different games. 2010. He's gone 0-10 with a 13.70 ERA in those 10 games. 2-1 is popped up, foul ground. A-Rod giving chase, and it won't come back for him as it lands about 3 rows deep and out of his reach. And Burnett has been able to keep things under control. Certainly he has been better. He has been allowing less than 6 runs in a start this season. He is 10-5 with a 2.58 ERA. He's thrown 15 wild pitches this year, tied for 4th in the majors, second highest total in the American League. And it's been tough to watch sometimes for Joe Girardi. 2-2. He's down and in. Good sliding play by Cervelli to his right, quickly up with it.
Trying to put J.D. away on the breaking ball right here, but bouncing, and Cervelli does a nice job blocking that ball and popping up quickly to make sure Lopez stays at first base.
Broken back grounder towards short. Nunez with the runner off has no play at second, so he fires to first and gets J.D. Drew, but Lopez got a start at first base and takes second with 2 down.
Broken bat right here for J.D. Drew. You can see the shortstop Nunez headed towards second base and had to readjust, but is there in plenty of time to make the throw and out at first base. One of Nunez getting the start at shortstop in game 2. Derek Jeter not in the ball game at this stage.
2 down, Lopez at second base. There's Lars Anderson, totaling a 194 average, no homers and 2 runs batted in. And Anderson takes strike 1. Anderson 0 for 1 in the first game. He pinch ran for Mike Lowell and took over at first base for Mike. Inside 1-1. 96 that time from Burnett. First inning has been tough for him. He's given up 26 runs, and opponents are hitting at .343 against Burnett in the first. The Red Sox trying to get to him here in the first with Lopez at second base and 2 down. This one will get away as Lopez tries for third. Cervelli got it back quickly, but no throw. Ricochet came right back to him, but Lopez takes third. And what will likely be yet another wild pitch for A.J. Burnett. And it is a wild pitch.
Ball going back to the backstop, and it really bounced back quickly to Cervelli. He was thinking about throwing a third.
So 2 down, Lopez 90 feet away, and it's a 2-1 to Lars Anderson.
Lars Anderson making a nice defensive play in the top of the first inning, going toward that top and keeping his concentration to make a catch on the pop-up.
Broken bat, soft liner by the mound. Nunez charging, bare hands, got no play, and the game is tied. In from third is Felipe Lopez. A base hit for Anderson. Sounded like a broken bat, and the game tied 1-1.
It sounded like a broken bat. It was a broken bat, and that's how it went out towards shortstop. A little bit of spin on it. Nunez comes in and tries to barehand it. Can't make the play. Red Sox tie it up.
So 2 down, Lars Anderson at first base. Another run given up by A.J. Burnett here in the first. And Ryan Kalish the batter. Kalish flaring it foul off to the left and out of play. 96 from Burnett. Ryan hitting at .244. 4 home runs and 23 runs batted in. Kalish pinch hit in the first game was 0 for 1. Pitch down and in, and it's a ball and a strike. Nice grab by a fan to our left.
Hands. 2 hands, too.
In there for strike 2, 1-2. A.J. Burnett overall 10-15 coming into tonight's outing with a 5.33 ERA. 1-2's down and in, and it's 2-2. Burnett in his first year with New York last year was a 13-game winner, 13-9 and 33 starts. And his best year, of course, in his final year in Toronto, 18 wins. As this one fouled off, still 2-2. It was 18-10 in that contract year in Toronto that got him the big contract with the Yankees in 09. And of course, all those years in Florida as a member of the Marlins, breaking into the big leagues in 99. Let's talk it over with Cervelli. So they're on the same page now. The count of 2-2 to Ryan Kalish. 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. As Anderson gains his lead at first. Just missing inside. A snap throw to first, and Anderson barely back. Cervelli thought he had him.
Yeah, good strong throw there by Cervelli, throwing behind the left-handed hitter. Big secondary lead by Anderson at first base, and almost gets picked off.
Ball 4 was framed by Cervelli, but it is ball 4. A.J. Burnett not buying it. First walk allowed by Burnett.
Now, there were a couple of pitches in that at bat that he thought he had. He thought he had a slider against Kalish, and now he thinks he has his last fastball, and he might be right.
So 2 on, 2 down. A chance here for Daniel Nava. Nava hitting at .239 with a home run and 25 runs batted in. As he takes strike 1, the high strike that time. Nava was 1 for 5 in the first game today. Playing in left field. He's back in left field for the nightcap. Just joining us, the Yankees in 10 innings defeated the Red Sox 6-5 in game 1. He was the winner. Papelbon the loser. Rivera the save. 0-1 is strike 2, and it's 0-2. Tim Wakefield starting the game. Game 1 and went 5 innings. He had 5 runs and 7 hits, 3 walks, 6 Ks, and 94 pitches and a no decision. Nava's going to get hit on a pitch in, 0-2. This is on a breaking ball that Nava gets struck as he heads down to first base.
Every batter that has been hit so far in this game has been hit with a breaking ball. Dice K hitting a couple of hitters with a slider. That time the curveball gets Daniel Nava. So this is off to a blazing start.
Well, Dice K had a 30-pitch top half of the first inning, gave up just the 1 run. And the Red Sox have tied it up here 1-1. And A.J. Burnett will throw his 28th pitch at the bottom of the first inning. Josh Reddick, the batter, in right field tonight for the nightcap, hitting at .214 with a home run and 5 runs batted in. And he takes strike 1. Up high and outside, 94 but missing, 1-1. First career at bat for Josh Reddick with the bases loaded, as they are here in the bottom of the first inning. This is already the 60th pitch of the nightcap. Game 1 took 4 hours and 18 minutes to complete. A 10-inning game between the Red Sox and the Yankees. Anderson at third base, Kalish at second base, Nav at first base, and 2 down. Reddick with a swing and a miss, 2-2.
Fastball consistently has been about 95 for A.J. Burnett here in the first inning.
swing and a miss. Elevates at 95 and strikes him out. Red Sox get a run, tie the game 1-1. A reminder, fans, iParty is the official sponsor of all your Halloween fun. Visit iParty.com for money-saving coupons. Second inning from Fenway Park, game tied 1-1. It's turned out to be a chilly night from Fenway Park, breeze blowing in. As Francisco Cervelli leads it off for New York and takes ball one. Cervelli, a 266 hitter with no homers and 36 runs batted in. SK Matsuzaka, 9-6 coming into tonight's outing with a 4.72 earned run average and had to throw 30 first inning pitches. Was able to get Austin Kearns to strike out to end the first inning, and Yankees left him loaded. It's ball 3-0. So it's 17 balls and 16 strikes. And walks Cervelli on 4 pitches to begin things here in the second inning. Well, next weekend, the Bruins will be opening the 2010 season against the Phoenix Coyotes in Prague, Czech Republic. For more information and game times, visit NESN.com/Bruins. NESN's coverage of the Bruins in Prague is presented by AT&T. So walk for Cervelli. Eduardo Nunez hitting at .298. The home run and 7 runs batted in. So it's strike one. First strike of the inning thrown by Matsuzaka.
That last fastball at only 87 miles an hour from Daisuke.
It's only the third first pitch strike that he's thrown to 9 batters. 0-1 is chopped to third. Lopez will go to first on a hop, and it gets thrown away into the Red Sox dugout. So second base be awarded to Nunez. Cervelli will take third. It's second and third now with nobody out.
Nunez waiting for the hop to come down, and then he throws it directly down into the grass. It gets by Lars Anderson, And the Yankees on the era have men at second and third with nobody out.
Well, here comes Brett Gardner, who reached out an infield hit in the first, stole second base, and scored. And it's strike one to Gardner. Cervelli at third base, Nunez at second base, nobody out. Visiting half of the second inning. This one's sliced foul. It's 0-2. It was 4-0 Tampa Bay on top of Kansas City there in the ninth inning now in Kansas City. Rays starting the day a half game back of New York, and of course the Yankees won the first game today. Broken bat grounder towards Patterson at second. He'll go to first. A run will score. There's in from third is Cervelli, and the Yankees take the lead again. It's 2-1. Nunez takes third base on the ground out by Gardner. Picks up his 47th RBI of the year.
It's also a very productive out with the infield back. He pulls the ball, so he gets the run home because the infield's back, and he also gets the man to third base with less than 2 outs. So the broken bat ground ball to second base gets the Yankees another run.
So 1 out. Nunez at third base, and Curtis Granderson the batter. Strike one over the outside corner. Anderson flying out to center field in his first at bat against Daisuke in the first inning. The league leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network. And home runs this month. Batista with 11, Granderson 9, Rodriguez 9. And Vernon Wells finishing strong with 8 for Toronto as this pitch misses outside. A-Rod staying limber. 1 out in the inning. Nunez 90 feet away, and a 2-1 pitch coming to Curtis Granderson. It's outside, ball 3. 17 of the 24 home runs that Granderson has have come after the All-Star break. It's a fly ball out towards center field. Kalish is back there. He'll make the catch as tagging is Nunez. Throw comes back in, but there'll be no throw to the plate as the Yankees take a 3-1 lead. Sack fly for Granderson at his 67th RBI. It's 3-1 New York.
Now think back to Brett Gardner. He got the run home on the ground ball, moved the runner to third base, and then he scores on the sacrifice fly by Curtis Granderson.
So 2 down. Base is empty, and Mark Teixeira takes ball 1 outside. Teixeira hit by a pitch on the knee in the first inning by Daisuke Matsuzaka. Takes the strike, and it's 1-1. Tried to hold up and did, according to Jeff Nelson, third base umpire. 2-1.
Sometimes it's tough for those power hitters to hold up on a swing, but Teixeira did.
For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Red Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston. CVS Pharmacy is the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. Well, 2 outs here in the second inning. 2 runs in for New York. A 2-2 pitch to Mark Teixeira. Breaking ball for strike 3. Teixeira knew it. Takes with him the second K for Matsuzaka. The Yankees take a 3-1 lead. Baseball. Now you have a chance of winning monster seats with Monster Money. It's a Red Sox instant game for the Mass State Lottery, and there are instant prizes up to $3 million as well. Visit masslottery.com now.
Well, I told you on that road trip that on Saturday I was hoping to get to the monster seats. I did get out there today. I got to the ballpark, and at least I walked out there for watch the inning from out in the monster seats.
It's a great venue, isn't it, out there?
Sure is.
This one is popped up foul.
Sure is.
Back and out of play. Michael Navarro leading it off here in the second inning. 150 with no homers and 4 runs batted in. Navarro, Cash, and Patterson to face Burnett, who threw 32 first inning pitches. Burnett gave up 2 hits, not exactly smashed. Felipe Lopez with a single. Lars Anderson with a broken bat, infield hit. Breaking ball, line to left. It's right at Gardner. Will make the catch for the first out. Let's check back in with Heidi.
Well, Don, Adrian Beltre has arguably been the MVP for the Red Sox this season. He left for California yesterday because his wife is having a baby. But Terry Francona talked about what an asset he was to the team in today's manager interview, brought to you by Bigelow Tea, Terry Francona's green tea of choice.
You know what? It took a little while. I think the first month of the season, every time he saw me, he thought he wasn't playing. So he kind of avoided me. And he's not, quick to trust. But, you got to, with AB, you kind of have to get to know him a little bit. But once that happened, he became more vocal in the dugout. He became a leader on the field. If you ask everybody down there, they love him, myself included. And he was a real treat.
Beltre is a free agent after this season. He batted .321 with 28 home runs and 102 RBI for the Sox, and he was a staple in the lineup that saw injuries at nearly every position this season. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. Kevin Cash is down on strikes as A.J. Burnett gets his 3rd K. And it's good for the second out of the second inning.
Looked like the changeup that time from A.J. Burnett to pick up the strikeout. The bottom falling out of it. Strikes out Kevin Cash.
Two down here in the second inning. And Eric Patterson, who struck out looking in the first inning, gets his second look at A.J. Burnett. 40th pitch is in the dirt. Red Sox getting a run on the infield hit for Lars Anderson in the first inning, which at the time tied the game. The Yankees come up with two in the top of the second. Fly ball struck well out towards right center field, but plenty of room as Kearns moves over and makes the catch that ends the inning. It's a 9-pitch second for Burnett, a 3-1 New York lead. Tonight, after our Red Sox coverage, join Cole Wright for Nesson Daily, presented by Sunlight Financial. Naoko Funayama will tell you what the Bruins did today in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Plus, a look at the matchups as the Pats head to Miami for Monday Night Showdown. It's all coming up tonight after our Red Sox coverage on Nesson Daily.
I can tell you this, Tyler Seguin had 2 goals today.
Really?
Yep. And the Bruins won.
You had your eye on the sports world all over the place today. You're in the monster seats.
Yep.
Alex Rodriguez takes a look at a pitch outside, 2-0. A-Rod fouled out to Lars Anderson in the first inning, the first baseman. Fouled off to the right, 2-1. Well, it's a final. Tampa Bay wins 4-0 over Kansas City. Tampa Bay used 8 pitchers in that game today. David Price did get an inning. His last inning, they wanted to get him in at least one more game before the postseason starts. 2-1 is outside and low, and it's 3-1.
San Diego beat San Francisco 4-2 in the National League, so I believe that's down to a game now.
It is.
So if San Diego wins tomorrow, that's a tie.
And the Braves lost today to the Phillies as well, which was added to some fun in the National League. As there's ball 4. Third walk given up by Daisuke. Second straight inning. It's led off an inning. It's time now for tonight's Switch of the Truth. The Cincinnati Reds are heading to the postseason for the first time in 15 years. An accomplishment worth celebrating, but their celebration has got them in hot water with some locals. The Reds were smoking cigars passed out by the owner, Bob Cuteni. And after clinching the division, smoking indoors, as some know, is against the law in Ohio. If found guilty, the Reds could be issued a violation Further violations also carry a fine up to $500. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea is the refreshing hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. A little twisted.
You really think the owner cares if he gets fined $500 for having a car?
If there's a further violation, if they move on to another round and choose to do this again, then they may be looking at a $500 violation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, it's for each guy. I mean, there's a lot of people in there. You know, so and this thing, it's not just $500. I mean, it's $500 there and over there and there and over there, and before you know it, it's a lot of money.
Might have to cut payroll next year. I say smoke your cigar.
Alex Rodriguez is at first base.
Nobody expected the Cincinnati Reds to do anything, right?
No. This is an opposite field. Base hit for Robinson Cano. Alex Rodriguez up 90 feet to second, and the first two have reached for the Yankees here in the third inning.
Now Robinson Cano was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. Now he gets the slider from Matsuzaka out over the plate and slaps it to the opposite field for the base hit. Robinson Cano will certainly be in that MVP mix, I would think. The type of year he's had here with the Yankees.
2 on, nobody out for Lance Berkman. This one slap foul off to the left and up into the seats. And Cano starting the day hitting at .314 before this day-night doubleheader. And really sliding up into that 5 spot has been a terrific move for him. Of course, hitting towards the bottom of the Yankees order for first few years of his career, and with all the moves made for the Yankees, no more Matsui, no more Damon, they make the switch, and he has really performed brilliantly since the beginning of the year. As Berkman takes the ball 1-1. 29 home runs, 108 runs batted in, a .317 average to start the day. And on twice here in the nightcap. Hit by a pitch and is now singled. In years past, it was always one half or the other. It was better for Cano, and this year he's really put it all together for the entire year. 1-1 is up and away. Daisuke up to 60 pitches, has no outs here in the third. .30 balls, 30 strikes. It's not even anymore. It's 3-1. Berkman walked in the first inning. One of 3 walks allowed by Daisuke. And there's ball 4. 4th walk already, given up by Matsuzaka. John Farrell on the phone and headed out again. He's already been out once tonight. Bases loaded, nobody out for New York now in the third. Matt Fox starting to limber up in the pen. Overstock.com has brand name merchandise at discount prices and is ranked number 2 in the nation for customer service. Plus, your entire order ships for $2.95 at Overstock.com. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the third inning. And a chance for Austin Kearns to do some damage. New York already on top 3-1. And struck out swinging in the first inning. As he takes strike 1. Daisuke has only given up 2 hits so far. 2 out of 3 innings he began an inning by walking the first batter. Did it in the second, that turned into a run. He did it here in the third and he's walked another in this inning. Swing and a miss, 0-2. This is the second at bat that Kearns has had with the bases loaded. He struck out in the first inning in this situation. He's now down 0-2.
And chased a high fastball that time from Daisuke. Probably not a strike.
Right at third, Cano at second, Berkman at first, nobody out. Strike 3 call. Kearns has struck out again. Third strikeout for Matsuzaka. Needed that. One down.
Now, they got him on a fastball last time in the first inning. This time he gets him on the slider. Quickly gets ahead and then drops the breaking ball on him. Outside corner.
So bases loaded, one down. Francisco Cervelli walked and scored in the second inning. Inside, ball one. Matsuzaka at home this year, 4-4 with a 5.17 ERA. Much better on the road, 5-2. This is in the air to center field. Kalish over to right center now. Makes the catch as tagging at third and scoring is Rodriguez. Throw goes towards third, but getting there is Cano. And New York takes a 4-1 lead. Francisco Cervelli in a sac fly gets his 37th RBI. The Yankees lead it 4-1.
Well, a good job there by Cervelli getting a pitch that he can lift and lift deep enough to the outfield to get a run home.
So first and third, two down in the inning, and Nunez gets his second look at Daisuke Matsuzaka. Reached on a two-base error. Felipe Lopez firing across the diamond from third into the Red Sox dugout. Back to an even split again. 68 pitches, 34 balls, 34 strikes. There's the strike, 1-1. Coming into this game, Daisuke has held opponents to a .242 opponent batting average. To right field down the line, Reddick moves over and makes the catch. And as it ends the inning, the Yankees tack on another run, lead it 4-1 after 2.5. How much would you pay for the ultimate refreshment? How about just 79 cents? That's all it costs when you visit the Chill Zone at Cumberland Farms. Fill up on your favorite fountain and frozen beverages for just 79 cents, any size, any time. The Chill Zone, only at Cumberland Farms. Bottom of the third inning, 4-1 New York on top of Boston. Felipe Lopez leads it off here for the Red Sox. Lopez singled and scored the Boston lone run in the first inning. Takes the strike, and the count evens at 1-1. A.J. Burnett had to throw 32 pitches in the first inning, gave up just the one run, and then had a snappy second inning, a 1-2-3 9-pitch second inning. He's retired 4 batters in a row as Lopez sends one foul down the left field line out of play. Lopez has played in 1,135 career games over parts of 10 Major League seasons. Broke in with Toronto back in 01 and 02. Cincinnati 2003 through 2006. Was in Washington from 06 to 08, and then St. Louis 2008, 2010 with Arizona mixed in, and Milwaukee. And coming here to the Red Sox to finish out the regular season. Played 109 games with the Cardinals this year. 7 home runs, 36 RBIs. And it's a high fly ball to deep right field. Back goes Kearns at the wall. It's gone into the bullpen. Felipe Lopez with his first home run in the Red Sox uniform. And it's now 4-2, Yankees on top.
Now Lopez gets a fastball middle in, and he turns it around. Fastball from A.J. Burnett, middle in, and into the bullpen for the New York Yankees. And Lopez flipping that bat like he knew he had it as soon as he made contact.
J.D. Drew taking a first pitch strike is soon grounded out in the first inning. Did he go? No, says Jeff Nelson, third base umpire. And that's a ball and a strike. A.J. Burnett about to throw his 50th pitch of his outing. That is the 25th home run that he's allowed on the year. There's Felipe Lopez with a solo shot to begin the third. Outside for ball 2. Drew takes a strike over the inside corner, and it's 2-2. Drew against right-handed pitching, hitting at .277 and 17 of the 21 home runs he has off righties. A shift is on here for J.D., and he grounds one foul just outside of third. Now with 2 strikes on him, the shortstop Eduardo Nunez moves back to the left side of the infield. 2-2 pitch. And a ground ball right side, right at Cano. On the first for the first out of the bottom of the third inning. But tomorrow night at 10, catch this week's new episode of Pocket Money, presented by Ace Ticket. It's our second season of more money, more Fitzy, and more man love for Tom Brady. Test your sports knowledge now at NESN.com/pocketmoney. St. Drew 0 for 2 as he's out number 1 of the third inning. And here's Lars Anderson, who singled in the first inning and picked up an RBI, his third in the majors. Anderson has now appeared in 17 games since being selected to the Major League roster back on September the 6th. And this marks his 10th start at first base. Foul down the left field line, 1-1.
Now, Lars Anderson goes from hitting ninth in the Red Sox lineup to tonight the cleanup spot. As the Red Sox make all kind of adjustments here in Game 2 of this afternoon-night doubleheader.
Down and in, 2-1. Game 161 of the regular season. One left to play for the Red Sox here tomorrow afternoon against the Yankees. 2-1. Anderson on a check swing. It's ball 3. Ryan Kalish waiting on deck. Ball 4 and down to first base goes Lars Anderson. Second walk given up by Burnett. Well, the ultimate driving machine this week is Jed Lowry, brought to you by your local Massachusetts BMW Center. Visit BMWMass.com. Lowry in 7 games hit .360, went 9 for 25, a home run, 2 doubles, and 4 RBIs, 14 total bases for the offensive player of the week, Jed Lowry. And Jed with the nightcap off. He was 2 for 4 in the day game. This one is bunted foul down the third baseline by Kalish.
And Kalish had Rodriguez deep at third base, tried to push one down that third base line. Going foul. You see where A-Rod's playing well off the line and deep.
Kalish walked in the first inning, one of 2 free passes served up by A.J. Burnett. 60th pitch for Burnett is missing for ball 1. Kalish tried to hold up but offers. So home plate umpire Hunter Wintelstead, and it's 1-2. The way that Burnett started the year is 4-0 to start this year. It's the best start of any year that he's had in his career. But tonight, looking for his 11th win, coming into 10-15. And last year going 13-9 in his first year in a Yankees uniform. Made his postseason debut last year, 1-1 with a 5.27 ERA and 5 starts. On route to the Yankees championship a season ago. Outside, ball 2, 2-2. Kalish fouls it off to the left, and it hangs at 2-2. Kalish batting down, Nava waiting on deck. 1 out, last half of the third. A 2-2 pitch. On the ground up the middle. Nunez a touch second and fired to first. It's a double play, and it ends the third. A leadoff solo home run for Felipe Lopez for the 4-2 Yankees lead.
Discover the wonder at Foxwoods Resort Casino with more than 340,000 square feet of gaming space and world-class entertainment. Foxwoods is North America's largest casino. Come to Foxwoods and experience the wonder of it all.
4-2, the Yankees have the lead over the Red Sox as we enter the fourth inning, and it's the top of the Yankees order. Brett Gardner, Curtis Granderson, Mark Teixeira to face S.K. Matsuzaka, who has walked the first batter he's faced in the second and third innings and has fallen behind here already. 2-0 to Brett Gardner.
Daisuke now working out of the stretch, not using the windup.
He is 72 pitches deep, first batter of the fourth inning. And behind 3-0. Ball 4, and for the third straight inning, he has walked the leadoff batter. In the last two, they have scored both times. Back to the phone goes John Farrell. Saw Matt Fox up earlier, so he gets up this time as Gardner stole a base back in the first inning and is on first to begin things here in the fourth inning with Curtis Granderson coming up. And it is Fox again who starts to warm it up. Good size lead at first for Gardner. And a first pitch strike to Curtis Granderson. Granderson flying out to center field in the first inning. Did the same thing in the second, but he got credit for an RBI sac fly that scored Eduardo Nunez for the third New York run. Breaking ball in there for strike two, 0-2. Swinging a foul tip into the catcher's mitt for strike three. Granderson strikes out. It's the fourth K for Matsuzaka, one down.
Once again, the velocity down for Matsuzaka, 89 miles an hour, but he does pick up the strikeout with it against Granderson.
One down here in the fourth. Gardner at first base, and Mark Teixeira, the batter, has been hit by a pitch and struck out looking in his first two plate appearances. And taking a hack at the first pitch for a swing and a miss. SK has surrendered only 2 hits, 5 walks in his outing. And ahead of Teixeira, 0-2.
Back-to-back sliders to Teixeira to quickly get ahead of him. No balls and 2 strikes. There's the breaking ball again, this time away.
Pitch 80 for Matsuzaka. And it's away for ball 1-1-2.
Gardner at first base with 44 steals on the season.
And one back in the first inning.
So they make that 45.
Quick check and hit a scamper back to get back to the bag and just did.
Looks like he caught him right between steps as he was taking one more step toward second base.
And a check back to the bag is Brett Gardner. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 Teixeira, patiently waiting a pitch. Whips it foul down beyond the Red Sox dugout. Alex Rodriguez waits on deck with one out in the fourth inning. Runner goes, a swing and a miss, and the throw not going to be in time. Kicks into right. Gardner won't try to go any further. If he got stepped on or what, but did not take off. Cash's throw ends up off the glove and into right.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. After the head first slide into second base, he knew exactly where the baseball was. There's the slide. He looks around. He can't see the baseball and decides to stay at second base.
Gardner had 2 in game 1, has his second in game 2. So 4 stolen bases on the day. 2 strikeouts for Daisuke back-to-back here. He gets Granderson and Teixeira, so 5 Ks in all now for Daisuke. And Alex Rodriguez pops it up right side. Down the right field line from second comes Patterson to make the catch that ends the inning. We played 3.5. It's 4-2 New York. This week on the Ultimate Red Sox Show, Heidi's lineup is made up of the top 9 Sox games of the season. Take a look back at the highlights of the year and the season finale of the Ultimate Red Sox Show, presented by Arbella Insurance, tomorrow at noon. 4-2. The Yankees on top as Daniel Nava sends one out to deep center field and put a one-hop the wall out there. Nava is headed to second. He turns it and will get back to the bag. A double to start this bottom of the 4th inning. Quickly over the head of Curtis Granderson out there in deep center field.
And Daniel Nava finds a triangle out there in center field. First pitch fastball from Burnett up over the head of Granderson, who was to track it down. And by the time he gets it back, Nava standing at second base with a leadoff double here in the 4th inning.
Well, it was Lopez who homered off Burnett to start the 3rd. Now it's a double for Nava to start the 4th inning. And Josh Reddick, the batter, who struck out swinging in the 1st inning. On the ground to first, knocked down by Berkman. Little stumble, a flip. Burnett's there for the out. No, he's not. It's safe. Late call from Brian Runge, and Burnett can't believe it. They better pay attention to the runner down the third baseline. Nava will score. While Burnett stood around and argued, throw gets away. And they will make Reddick go back to first. And I was saying he's going to third on the throw. So Burnett turns his back, and all that was going on. Nava makes his way to the plate. And the errant throw will get Reddick to third base. So what a mess that is for the Yankees in a one-run game now.
Wow. Burnett just standing at first base, looking at the umpire, paying no attention to the man at third base. There's the bobble. He actually did beat the runner to the bag. The safe call was made. Now he turns around. A-Rod's trying to get his attention at third base, and the run just scores. Here he comes. He finally decides to come in. The throw's going to be late. It gets by him, and all the way to third base goes Reddick.
So 2 errors on the play. An error initially charged to Berkman, and then they charge an error on the throw from Burnett. Tying run 90 feet away at third base.
You know, looking at that play at first base, I thought it looked like Burnett beat him there.
I thought so too. I think he was so stunned by the fact that he wasn't out until he lost his mind for a moment. As scoring from third is Nava.
And Rodriguez is screaming at third base, trying to get his attention because the runner was thinking about coming home, Daniel Nava.
And Nava thought about it for a long time. Whereas this is sent foul. I mean, he didn't break right away by any means.
Here's another look at the play at first base. Almost a dead tie.
Closer than I thought.
Yeah, almost a dead tie. And here's well, that's where he gets trapped when he gets turned around just staring at the umpire.
Well, foul. And Michael Navarro down 1-2. So Navu doubled to begin the inning. Scores on the error to make it a one-run game. And that up to 70 pitches with a runner at third and nobody out. Navarro lined out to left first time up, and this time he'll strike out. According to home plate umpire Hunter Windelstead. And Navarro can't believe it, but he is out number 1 of the inning.
Breaking ball, the curveball here from A.J. Burnett. Apparently going too far was Yamaiko Navarro. Infield remains in for the Yankees now with 1 out.
Kevin Cash, the batter. And he takes ball 1 away. Cash, a strikeout victim in the second inning as he went swinging. Fouled off 1-1. Cash, of course, acquired by the Red Sox from the Houston Astros on July the 1st. That's his 19th start. He's been in 29 games since coming over. This one skipping in, and a nice play to his right for Cervelli to keep this game a 1-run lead for New York.
Yeah, outstanding play there by Cervelli, really going a long distance to his right to block this breaking ball that comes back to him just a little bit.
'75th pitch for Burnett. And a pop-up. Cervelli discards the mask. Wynn plays with it, and he can't make the catch. He looked like a guy in trouble out of the gate. And he's charged with the error. The wind is blowing in towards home plate, and that one got a push.
What a sloppy-looking inning this is for the Yankees.
7 errors in the month for New York coming into this game. 3 in this inning.
Comes in, goes back, and then it's right on top. It deflects off the top of his glove. This is a team that's number 1 in the American League in defense.
3 miscues in the inning. A 2-2 to Cash. Infield still in. And it bounces in, and again, Cervelli's got to knock it down. Full count now. Cash has hit at 140 since joining the Red Sox from the Houston Astros. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled straight back. We'll do it again. 95 on the fastball that time from Burnett. The 3 errors ties the season high for New York. It is the 3rd time they've done it this year. The first time they did it was back on April 6th, and that was also against the Red Sox. Just game 2 of the 2010 season. Cash strikes out. Big strikeout for A.J. Burnett. Needed that. It's his 5th K. The 2nd time Cash is down by way of the K.
Infield in, but no contact here as Burnett throws the fastball by Kevin Cash to pick up the strikeout. Infield now moves back with 2 outs.
Two down. Reddick at third base. And Eric Patterson, the batter, he struck out in the first, flied out to right in the second. 0 for 2. Soft liner that is caught. It's shortstop by Nunez. Times the leap nicely and makes the grab to keep the Yankees on top. It's 4-3 New York. Visit the official online shop of the Boston Red Sox at redsox.com to browse the largest selection of official gear. Get your gear from the official source, the redsox.com shop, except no substitutes. A lot of that warm gear being worn here around Fenway Park tonight as the Red Sox and Yankees play under cool temperatures. They move to the top half of the 5th. 4 errors between the two teams and 3 by that inning by the Yankees as Robinson Cano leads it off in the 5th. And it's strike 1 to Cano. He's been on twice, struck by a pitch in the first, singled in the 3rd. Daisuke Matsuzaka, who threw 70 pitches through the first 3 innings, is at 84 right now as he works in the 5th. And evens a count at 1-1. Tap foul, 1-2. Third start against the Yankees this year for Daisuke after receiving no decisions in each of his first 2 outings back on May 17th and on the 26th of September. Both those starts for Daisuke Matsuzaka were at New York. 1-2 is up top, and it's 2-2. Combined 6.39 ERA, 9 earned runs and 12 2/3 in the 2 starts previous to New York. And tonight giving up a total of 4 runs in the first 4+ innings. This is flared foul, still 2-2. Cano now, Berkman next as the Yankees bat here in the 5th. Out straight back, 2-2. Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Eastern Bank, the best team in banking. Playing the 5th inning of Game 2 of this day-night doubleheader from Fenway Park. The Yankees took the first game 6-5 in 10 innings. Daisuke Matsuzaka and the Red Sox trailing 4-3, about to serve up his 90th pitch of his outing. There's nobody warming in the pen right now. 2 occasions Matt Fox has been up. 2-2 is lined into right center. Just over the outstretched glove of Patterson into right. And it's a leadoff single for Cano, who's on base for the 3rd time with his 2nd hit.
Yeah, last time he got a base hit on a slider. This time it was the fastball from Daisuke. And Cano now 2 for 2 in the ball game tonight.
It's been a 5-hit day for Cano.
That's not a bad day.
No.
And it's not over yet.
No. So he's at first. And for the 5th straight inning, the lead runner is on for New York. Berkman takes ball 1 inside. The pitching line is brought to you by Ace Ticket. And for Daisuke, 4+. Just the 3 hits, but 4 runs, 2 of them are earned. 91 pitches, 5 walks, 5 Ks. Fly ball out to center field. Kalish moves over and makes the catch for the first out of the inning as we send it back to Heidi.
Don, David Ortiz's huge swing is matched by his generous heart. He started the David Ortiz Children's Fund to benefit children who need hospital care in Boston and in his native Dominican Republic. And you can help out his charity and take an amazing vacation at the same time by participating in the David Ortiz Celebrity Golf Classic in the Dominican Republic from December 2nd through the 5th. Imagine sunshine, white sandy beaches, a beautiful golf course right on the water, and an all-access VIP weekend with Big Papi and his teammates. Mike Lowell sitting right there next to him went last year. To learn more or to join in the fun, visit DavidOrtizCelebrityGolfClassic.com. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. David does a great deal of work off the field, has here, and of course in his Dominican Republic, and we'll do it again this year. I know Alex Rodriguez was there 2 years ago, and Robinson Cano also taking part in it. So you never know who's going to show up. As Austin Kearns batting here, struck out twice. There's the pitch outside, 1-1. Robinson Cano single to begin the inning. Berkman flied out to center. Kearns has had the misfortune of striking out twice against Daisuke and waits with a 1-1. Breaking ball missing for ball 2. This bloop is back at first and will fall foul. Barely. It's time for a game break, and Tom Caron, TC. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Tyler Seguin, a couple of goals today as part of the victory for the Bruins. Here, the Red Sox drop game 1 of the day-night doubleheader, trail 4-3 with New York. On top right now, looking for more. Cano at first, 1 out. Ball 3, and Daisuke wanted it badly. Full count. Still looking at.
Yeah, you don't see usually that much reaction from Matsuzaka after a pitch, but he thought he had a strike there, and he did.
Action in the Red Sox pen. Scott Atchison is warming in the pen. Matt Fox have been up on 2 occasions, but it's Atchison now. Runner goes, and a foul off to the right. We're here at Fenway Park in Boston. Don Orsillo with Jerry Remy and Heidi Watney bringing you Red Sox baseball in high definition on NESN. Coordinating producer of Red Sox baseball is Russ Ken. Senior coordinating director Michael Narachi. Associate producer Jim White. Production assistant Kate Galvin. And NESN's executive producer is Joel Feld. Game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. 4-3, Yankees on top. Pitch 99 for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Runner goes, and a swing and a miss. Kern strikes out for the 3rd time as Cano takes second base uncontested with 2 outs.
Once again, back to the breaking ball from Daisuke. That's how he struck him out last time up. So he's gone down 3 times tonight. A fastball and twice on sliders. And Cano, not even a throw to second base by Kevin Cash. Cano picks up his 3rd steal of the season.
6 strikeouts now for Matsuzaka, 2 down in the inning. And Francisco Cervelli is the batter. Fouls it down by the shoe tops for strike 1. This one fouled off to the right, and it's 0-2. For every strikeout by Red Sox pitchers, Ace Ticket has made a donation to the Red Sox Foundation and the Jimmy Fund. This season, Ace Ticket has donated $97,000. We thank you, Ace Ticket. Oh, 2-2 Cervelli with a runner at second base. Ball 1, 1-2. Inside of the count, 2-2. Cano started the inning with a single, stole second. Berkman flying out. Kearns striking out. Runner at second, 2 down. And a 2-2 pitch to Francisco Cervelli. On the ground at first, Anderson's got it. He'll take it to the bag himself to wrap up the inning. Halfway through this one, it's 4-3 New York. There's nobody in the booth, Mike. That was unbelievable. Not well either. Remodeling a bath or kitchen? Visit FW Webb Showrooms. Frank Webb's Bath Centers for friendly experience guidance. Find your showroom at frankwebb.com. Last half of the fifth inning, 4-3. Yankees on top of the Red Sox. And Felipe Lopez leads it off. He singled in the first inning and then led off the third with a solo home run.
You one of those guys that takes a bath every once in a while?
Yes.
You do?
On the road.
You're serious?
Yes. Not at home. But if you have one of those jacuzzi baths in your rooms, which sometimes we do on the road, then I'm all in. Yeah.
So you like to sit in that water where it gets cold and it's filmy?
No. It's got to be hot. It's got to be like a jacuzzi right in the beginning. I'm not in it long.
You get out, you're all soapy when you get out of it.
No. It's good. And then you can light the candles. 2-0 pitches on the ground, a fair ball. Over is Gardner to play it. As Lopez is 3 for 3 in this night game. Thankfully did something before I had to explain more.
Oh, you're not off the hook yet. Pour yourself a little cocktails, put the cigar in your mouth. Little, get the candles around the bathtub and sit there. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
On occasion, if it's a nice tub, a jacuzzi-like tub, lots of bubbles.
You do this after the game or before the game?
No, after the game.
Oh, after the game.
Yeah. It's definitely a post-game thing. J.D. Drew takes strike one.
There's some place we go where there's a TV in the tub, or near the tub.
Minneapolis, and I may be going back.
Is that right?
Yes. The Grand in Minneapolis is outstanding, because then you have all of that on TV. It's awesome.
You when you're watching TV in the tub,
yes.
What do you watch?
We usually baseball tonight, or other games are on. What do you like? You saying I don't? Can we move on? Ball and a strike to J.D. Drew. Nobody out here in the inning. Chopped up the middle. Nunez touches second, throws to first, double play. So 2 down here in the 5th.
This ball takes Nunez right to the bag. All he's going to do is step on second base, and a nice, easy double play for the Yankees.
Seattle's another good one. Seattle's got a good one.
What, good tub?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does.
Nice.
Yeah, big tubs. Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah. No TV, though.
No. Lars Anderson has reached on an infield hit and an RBI. Walked in the 3rd.
Do you get, when you go to a hotel and there's no tub, like, do you get disappointed? Like,
Oh, no. I was saying if it's there, I'm going to use it.
yeah.
I mean, we're there sometimes 3-4 days.
Don't you feel like filmy though when you get out of the bath?
You need the right suds.
Huh?
You need the right suds. No bubbles. The non-oily, filmy bubbles. That's what you need. Get out feeling refreshed. You should try it. I know it's late in the season. We're not traveling anymore, but next year we'll get you some candles.
Yeah.
Be all set. I also recommend Enya, too. Enya, the group Enya, musically. You know the group Enya? You don't know the group Enya. I'll get you a CD. Get you some bubbles, a bath, some candles, and some Enya. You're all set. I'm telling you, it'll change your whole life. You'd really be relaxed.
I would be relaxed?
Yes. It'd be a whole new you.
Certainly
really
would.
Laid back. Leave for the ballpark at 5 o'clock every day. You'd be all set.
Now, when you get out of your bath, do you put the robe on?
No, I don't like the robe.
Swinging stuff all over the place.
I do not like the robe. I'm not comfortable with the robe because you just don't know if other people wore the robe before you got there, you know?
That's clean.
I don't know. How do you know? 2-2 is low and inside gets away. Are you really sure they switch it out every time? Really? Do you know?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know.
I slapped the robe on in Chicago.
Really?
Yeah.
3-2 to Lars Anderson. Pop up to second. Catches it. That's the end of the inning. 4-3 New York. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank. In celebration of 13 Sox wins in the month of September, the Eastern Bank Charitable Foundation will donate $6,500 to the Boys and Girls Club of Plymouth, adding to their overall season donation total of $51,000. It is 4-3. The Yankees on top of the Red Sox. We get ready for the top half of the sixth inning. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. After 5 innings from Daisuke Matsuzaka, Scott Atchison is in the game. His 43rd appearance, 2-3, the 4.32 earned run average. Opponent's hitting at 252 against him. Eduardo Nunez takes ball 1. Nunez reached a 2-base error in the second and scored. Right out to right in the third. And it's fouled off 1-1. It was a tough 5 innings for Daisuke Matsuzaka, but he only gave up 3 hits in the 5 innings. Along with the 4 runs, 2 are earned, but to 5 walks and 6 strikeouts.
Looked like he settled down a little bit when he went to that stretch position.
Pop up and taking over at second is Patterson. Anderson ducking for cover. Nunez retired. First out of the 6th inning. So 1 down and Brett Gardner coming up. Gardner with an infield hit and a stolen base in the first inning. Scored a run. He's grounded out and walked since with another stolen base. On deck is Curtis Granderson with 1 away here in the 6th inning, and that's in there for a strike, 1-1. Atchison has allowed runs in 3 of his last 4 outings. 6 earned runs in an inning and 2/3. Sliced foul, 2-2. He's been a guy that Terry Francona has used a lot for more than 1 inning. 23 of 41 relief outings have been more than an inning, and in those outings, a 1.81 earned run average. This is chopped to short. Navarro on the hop with a bobble and reaching is Gardner. No charge to Navarro.
And Navarro knew he had to rush because Gardner's getting down that line. He gets down there very quickly. So on the transfer, the bobble right there. And that's all Gardner needed to get to first base. So an error on Navarro.
That is the 5th miscue of this game between the 2 teams. 2nd for the Red Sox. And all 3 of the Yankees came in 1 inning. Anderson has flat out center. His sac fly, the center in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th inning. There's a pitch in there for a strike. On the ground foul towards the end of the Red Sox dugout, 0-2. Anderson in September at 9 home runs, 23 runs batted in. And as he grounds it foul, hangs it 0-2. Boston Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Ace Ticket. Great seats at great prices. One out Brett Gardner at first base. Granderson waiting on an 0-2 pitch. Lays off up top, 1-2. Oh,
wow.
Catch.
Right in the brewski.
Check on Gardner at first, back to the bag. Already 2 thefts on the night. 4 on the day. There he goes. Throw from Cash is going to be not in time. It gets away. Make it 5 on the day for Brett Gardner and 3 stolen bases in the nightcap.
This one pretty close at second base, but the ball's going to be dropped by Navarro. Looks like he went to make the tag before he even had the ball in the glove. And Gardner in with his 3rd steal of the game.
So that's second with 1 down. And standing in is Mark Teixeira. Make it 2 down. Teixeira's been hit by a pitch, struck out twice. Once looking, once swinging. Fly ball to right. Reddick going back. He'll make the catch. That ends the inning. Gardner is left at second base. 5.5 done. 4-3 New York. Covidien, a global healthcare products company, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation, helping to address health needs in our communities. It's 4-3 in New York on top of Boston. Last half of the 6th inning, Ryan Kalish leading it off. C.J. Burnett working here in the 6th. 93 pitches for Burnett so far in his outing. Little looper back at third, falling fast and falling fair. There's Nunez to run it down. And back to first goes Kalish with a bloop single to begin the 6th inning.
Yeah, big swing by Kalish and a little bloop over third base. Ball bouncing off the stands and coming back quick. And Kalish at first thought maybe that was going to be a foul ball, but then realized it was going to stay fair and took off for first base.
So lead runner on here in the 6th inning. Daniel Nava has been on twice. Hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, doubled and scored in the 4th. Action for the first time in the Yankees pen. Sergio Mitre starts to warm, the right-hander. They're trying to protect this lead in the 6th inning. Nava takes ball 1. 95 tonight. His average is 94 and the high 122. Was last time out, lasted just 2 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 7 runs at the Rogers Center in Toronto. Threw 48 pitches in that last outing. The outing before that was a 3-inning effort. Runner goes, a pitch, a ball, the throw down is going to be not in time, gets away. So Kalish takes off for third. Throw goes that way, and Kalish is safe there too. Gets away, but he'll stop running. Stolen base and another error. It's the 4th of the night for New York.
Yeah, Kalish picks up his 8th steal of the season. That ball goes into center field. Good hustle by Kalish as he heads towards third base. He gets by A-Rod, but it is backed up by Burnett. So Kalish on the move.
Season high 4 miscues for New York. Kalish gets his 8th stolen base and is 90 feet away with the tying run. Reddick waiting on deck. Nobody out here in the 6th inning. 3-0 to Nava. In there for strike 3 and 1. Nava gets hit, and again, he was hit in the 1st inning, gets hit in the 6th inning.
First time it was on a breaking ball. This time it's the fastball from A.J. Burnett. Right off the right leg it looked that time. So Nava down to first base.
First and third, nobody out. And Josh Reddick, the batter, struck out in the 1st, reached on an error in the 4th inning, and they're out the corners with nobody out here in the 6th. Will pop up, shallow left. Out goes Nunez, makes the catch, and then quickly will send it back into the infield. 1 down.
Josh Reddick jumping on that first pitch. Pretty nice play here by Nunez as he gets a very good jump. Going back, makes the play, quickly checks that runner at third base and gets the ball back in.
So 1st and 3rd with 1 out in the 6th inning. And Navarro coming up, lined out to left in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. Well, it's ball 1 outside. Kalish at third with the tying run. Nava at first base. 1 out here in the 6th inning. And Navarro with a wild swing. 1-1. Well, since joining the Red Sox, has 5 hits and 4 RBIs. Limited duty, hitting at .300 with runners in scoring position. It's outside, ball 2. Fly ball to left field. Back goes Gardner. Shy of the track to make the catch. Throw goes to second as scoring from third is Kalish. And the game is tied at 4. So Navarro hitting it deep enough to bring in the game tying run. 4-4 ball game here in the 6th.
Yamaiko Navarro picks up his 5th RBI as a member of the Red Sox and one to tie the ball game up here in the 6th inning. A.J. Burnett got the little pop-up from Reddick, but this one much deeper by Yamaiko Navarro to score the run.
2 down, Nava at first base. Cash in on the right side. Takes ball 1 away. Cash struck out in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. 2 of the 5 Ks that A.J. Burnett's got in the game. It's a pop up into shallow left. Out is Nunez, in as Gardner. Gardner calls him off, runs all the way over to make the catch. Wind took it a bit. Well, the Red Sox get a run, tie the game 4-4. Just like the Red Sox are the local hometown favorite baseball team, Dunkin' Donuts is the hometown favorite for coffee. Dunkin' Donuts would like to recognize hometown favorite player of the game going above and beyond. Just like Dunkin' with 60 years of coffee greatness, Dunkin' Donuts is #1 for iced coffee. A great ceremony before Game 1 today for Mike Lowell on the field. As the Red Sox thank Mike for his contributions as a member of the Red Sox retiring. 4-4 game now. Certainly an emotional day for Mike. Had a chance to meet his dad while we were here during Game 1. He was upstairs on the broadcast level. Emotional day for Mike Lowell and his family. Alex Rodriguez leading it off. This game now tied in the 7th inning. Atchison for his 2nd inning of relief. Matsuzaka off the hook now. Husky tonight, 5 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned. Walked 5, struck out 6. Will not get that 10th win of the year he was looking for. He came in at 9-6. By the mound, softly. Navarro charging. He's got a good arm, and he gets it there in plenty of time. 1 out in the 7th. Kind of threw on the run and in time.
First, I was wondering whether he was going to use the glove or the bare hand to make this play. He does go to the glove and makes the wise choice. Gets the easy out at first base on Rodriguez. Tomorrow afternoon, it's Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe Red Sox Game Day Live with TC and Peter Gammons. They'll bring you the best of Mike Lowell music video, and Peter will discuss what to look for in the offseason. Tune in for that and much more tomorrow at 12:30 only on NESN.
1 out in the 7th inning as Robinson Cano bats and takes strike 1. Hideki Okajima warming in the pen. Sergio Mitre had been warming up last inning, warming up still. 105 pitches for A.J. Burnett through 6 innings. On the ground up the middle and into center field. With another hit for Cano. His 6th of the day, 3rd of this game. And is on base for the 4th time in this game. Let's check in with your Need to Know with NESN Daily, presented by Sun Life Financial. Here's Cole Wright. Thanks, Cole. Back here at Fenway Park, Lance Berkman with 1 out and 1 on takes strike 1. Cano had 3 extra base hits in the first game, has 3 singles in the nightcap, and is at first base with 1 out here in the 7th. Berkman will take ball 1. Cano has 1 of the 4 stolen bases in the game for New York. The other 3 belonging to Brett Gardner. This one will get away as Cano takes second base. Back is Cash to play it, and into scoring position goes Cano on the wild pitch for Atchison.
Well, Cano's got the second base last time with a stolen base, this time with a wild pitch. As the ball gets away from Kevin Cash, gets into scoring position.
Dunkin' Donuts is in its 11th year of hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout, a special seating section at Fenway Park. Thousands of children have had the chance to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. There's a pitch up top for ball 2, 2-1. Actually now 3-1 to Berkman, who walked in the first, walked in the third, and ahead 3-1 here. There's a strike, full count. Berkman now, Kearns on deck. And the Yankees batting here in the top half of the 7th in a tie game. Fouled straight back, we'll do it again. Atchison in the game with Hideki Okajima warming in the pen for Boston. Down and in, and Berkman has walked for the 3rd time tonight. First walk given up by Atchison. I want to remind you to get one of the best sports sections in the country delivered to your home every day. Sign up now for convenient Boston Globe home delivery. Call 888-MY-GLOBE or go to bostonglobe.com/sports. 1 out, 2 on. Austin Kearns is glad to see Daisuke gone. He struck out 3 times against Matsuzaka. Individually has left 7 men on base in the process. Came up with the bases loaded on a couple of different occasions. Struck out swinging in the first, struck out looking in the third, and then went swinging in the 5th. They're now looking at Atchison for the first time. And a pop-up off first base. Anderson's got to play, and he makes it for the second out of the inning. Big out for Atchison, 2 down.
Well, first time Kearns has made contact tonight, but it's a little pop-up to Lars Anderson in foul territory. So a big out for Scott Atchison, leaving that man at second base. Frustrating night for Austin Kearns.
And the Yankees with runners in scoring position, 0 for 11. They were 3 for 21 in game 1, so they've had all kinds of opportunities. 3 for 32 on the day. Well, they won game 1, tied here in game 2. Cervelli chased out of the box and a fastball in. Strike 1, 1-1. Red Sox used 7 pitchers in the first game. Through the right side into right field, a base hit. Cano being waved around. The throw from Reddick in right is going to be not in time. Throw to second is not in time. Berkman able to move up. As Cano scores from second base, and Cervelli takes second. New York takes a 5-4 lead.
Now the throw from Josh Reddick was on time, except it was high, and Kevin Cash had to jump for it. Cervelli going to the opposite field. Good charge put on out here by Reddick, but the throw's going to be high, and Cash has to jump for it. Once he does, Cano's able to score. In the process, Cervelli goes to second base and gets in scoring position.
So a single and an RBI for Cervelli, his second RBI of the game. Yankees retake the lead. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Eastern Bank, awarded highest customer satisfaction in retail banking in the New England region by J.D. Power and Associates. 2 outs in the 7th inning, and New York on top now by a run. Eduardo Nunez bats for the 4th time, reached on an error in the 2nd, sent a fly out to right, pop out to second base. And a chance here to give the Yankees some breathing room. Runners at second and third. There's ball 1. In 8 games, Francisco Cervelli now has 9 RBIs against Boston in the season series. 1-0 is a swing and a miss. The Yankees catcher has hit at a 400 clip against Boston in 2010.
That's why I called him the pest a little bit earlier in the season. He has been that against the Red Sox.
This one fouled off, and it's 1-2. Downstairs, 2-2. multiple inning efforts for Scott Atchison, who's gone an inning and 2/3 in relief so far of Daisuke Matsuzaka. There's 2 outs in the 7th. Trying to get Nunez. Nunez almost diving into it, full count. Ball 4, he walks in. Second walk of the inning into the outing for Atchison. And that is the outing for Atchison as Terry Francona comes out to get him. Bases loaded for New York. Yankees have a 5-4 lead now. Back at Fenway Park, 5-4. Yankees on top of the Red Sox. 2 outs here in the 7th inning. And the new pitcher for the Red Sox, Hideki Okajima, third of the game, is 56th appearance of the year, 4-4 with a 4.63 earned run average. Well, it's hitting at .317 against Okajima. Comes into a bases loaded 2-out situation, and Red Sox trailing by a run. And it's the top of the order. Brett Gardner has been on base 3 times, has 3 stolen bases and an RBI. And take strike 1 from Okajima. Atchison responsible for the men on. I think he's finally getting to him for a run here in the 7th inning. He walked 2 in this inning. It is Berkman at third, Cervelli at second, and Nunez at first. Gardner takes ball 1. In there for strike 2, 1-2.
Curveball that time from Okajima to get ahead of Gardner 1-2. Then a couple of fastballs, and he drops the curveball on him.
In the dirt, gets away. Here comes from third Berkman. No throw, and the Yankees take a 2-run lead. Everybody moves up, and that includes Berkman to the plate on the wild pitch. And it is 6-4 New York.
Now Okajima tries to break off another breaking ball. This time it gets in the dirt. Kevin Cash trying to block it, deflects to his right, and heads up base running by Berkman down at third base to come in and score the run.
So second and third now with 2 down in the inning. And it's a count of 1 and 2 to Gardner. Actually now 2 and 2 to Gardner. And a swing and a miss. Gardner will strike out to end the inning. With the damage done, New York scores twice. The Yankees take a 6-4 lead. Back at Fenway Park with the game summary is brought to you by Xfinity. Well, Felipe Lopez, first home run in a Red Sox uniform, coming in the third inning of A.J. Burnett. And at the time with the Red Sox on top. The Yankees coming back as they have 3 times in this game. Francisco Cervelli, his base hit, able to drive in a run. Yankees getting 2 runs in the 7th inning and taking a 6-4 lead in the last half of the 7th inning. And a new pitcher on now for New York after 6 innings and 105 pitches from A.J. Burnett is Sergio Mitre, who is into the game. 26th appearance, 0-3, 3.44 earned run average. Opponent's hitting at .229 against Mitre. And the first pitch ball inside to Eric Patterson. Patterson 0 for 3 in the game. He has struck out, flied out to right, lined out to short. Six innings tonight for A.J. Burnett. 105 pitches, 6 hits. Pen busy again. Royce Ring, the left-hander, up for New York. Not an outstanding effort tonight for A.J. Burnett, but a chance to get a win. So he leaves after 6 innings, 4 runs, 2 walks, 5 Ks. And leaves it for the bullpen to take care of here as Mitre works in the 7th. It is 1-2. There's a fly ball foul, 1-2 still.
After the game, it's WB Mason Extra Innings Live with Tom Caron. He'll bring you post-game reaction from Terry Francona and look back at the Thanks Mike Day at Fenway Park. Tune in for that and much more after the game on W. Mason Extra Innings Live.
Breaking ball and a swing and a miss. Patterson strikes out to begin things in the 7th inning.
To the breaking ball goes Mitre to pick up the strikeout. Second time Patterson has struck out on breaking balls tonight.
So one down here in the 7th inning. Felipe Lopez coming up. It's been a good night for him. 3 hits, 2 singles, and a home run. First in a Red Sox uniform. Looking back over the course of the year, so many injuries and so many different looking lineups for Terry Francona. Tonight's no different in that regard. Tonight is game number 161. 142 different lineups have been used by the Red Sox in those 161 games. It's to Nunez at short, and there are 2 outs in the 7th inning.
The Amica Pit Zone is brought to you by Amica Insurance. Amica Insurance is not just how you're coming, it's how you're treated. And back in the 3rd inning, Lopez gets an inside fastball from A.J. Burnett and picks up his first Red Sox home run.
Well, Mitre getting 2 outs here in the 7th inning, and Joe Girardi appreciating his efforts. Pitching change, 6-4 New York. Six to 4, the Yankees on top of the Red Sox. 2 outs in the 7th inning as J.D. Drew, 4 for 3 in the ball game, takes a pitch inside. Drew DHing in the nightcap tonight. New pitcher into the game is Royce Ring, 4th appearance, no record, of 4.50 earned run average. 143 opponent batting average. Comes in here after 2 outs in the inning for Sergio Mitre. And a ground ball right side to Cano. Second baseman throws out Drew, and the 7th inning is over. Played 7 from Fenway at 6-4 New York.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Foxwoods.
6-4. Yankees on top of the Red Sox. They almost just lost Jerry out of the booth.
It's a little stumble on the way down the steps.
A little long way down. Curtis Granderson is 0 for 3 in the game with a sacrifice fly and facing Hideki Okajima, who struck out in the 7th inning. Brett Gardner to end the inning, back out there to start the 8th. Popped up left side. Is coming in from third is Lopez to make the catch for the first out of the 8th.
After the game tonight, it's Granite City Electric Red Sox final with Tom Caron. He'll preview the final Red Sox game of the season and update you on the playoff races. Catch it after the game only on NESN.
So 1 out, and Mark Teixeira coming up. He has been hit by a pitch, struck out twice, and flied out to center field. It's outside, ball 1. Alex Rodriguez waiting on deck with 1 out in the 8th. And there's a strike, 1-1. Swinging a foul tip near the catcher's mitt, 1-2. Daisuke Matsuzaka tonight, 5 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, walked 5, struck out 6. Atchison went an inning and 2/3, gave up a run. Okajima's gone 2/3 manual warming in the pen now for Boston. And a 1-2 to Teixeira. It's outside and low, 2-2. Swing and a miss, he goes. Strikes out for the 3rd time in the game, 2 down in the 8th.
Okajima gets him on the split-fingered fastball. So he's going down tonight on a curveball, a fastball, now a splitter.
Two down in the 8th. And Alex Rodriguez 0 for 3 with a walk. Scored a run back in the 3rd. Fouled off to the right, back into the seats. If you think Uno is only great deep dish pizza, think again. Think healthy, like a 540 calorie chopped power salad. Think Uno, way deeper than pizza. 2 down in the 8th. Alex Rodriguez waiting on an 0-1 pitch. Up the middle and into center, a base hit. First hit in game 2 for Alex Rodriguez. And his 6th hit for New York. That equals the total the Red Sox have.
Well, Rodriguez also gets the split-fingered fastball, but it stays up in the zone. And right back up the middle for the base hit. A little bit of an off-balance swing that time by A-Rod, but good enough to pick up a hit.
So 2 down here in the 8th. Rodriguez at first base. Robinson Cano hit by a pitch in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, singled in the 5th, singled in the 7th. He's got 3 hits, 2 stolen bases. He has been on base 7 of the 9 times that he has come to the plate today in the day-night doubleheader. 6 hits as he takes ball 1. Inside 2-0. Ball 3, 3-0. Left-handed batters against Okajima have hit at .340. 4 of the 6 home runs given up by Okajima have been by left-handed batters. Cano with 13 home runs individually against the lefties as he takes strike 1. Jeter with the nightcap off after playing the day portion of the day-night doubleheader. The Yankees winning 6-5 in 10 innings. With a 6-4 lead here as they bat in the 8th inning of Game 2. Cano is on again, and this time the walk with 2 outs in the inning. Time now to look at the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Tomorrow the Red Sox close out the 2010 season with John Lackey on the mound. Lackey will enter the game with 13 wins on the year. With a win tomorrow, Lackey would equal his 2nd highest win total in a season. Posted 14 wins in both 2004 and 2005. His career high is 19 back in 2007.
Looks like a pinch hitter coming up here for Berkman.
Marcus Thames will pinch hit for Berkman, who walked 3 times. And flied out to center. They have been kind of in a tandem in the DH spot. Switching off lefty-righty, and Berkman done after batting 4 times in the game and again walking 3 times. So Tim's bats here with 2 outs and 2 on. Both home runs, 33 RBIs for Timms, who takes strike 1 over the inside corner. Career pinch hitter, 301, 5 pinch hit home runs. 4 for 18 this year in that category. He's got Alex Rodriguez at second base, Robinson Cano at first base, and 2 down in the 8th. Timms hits one down the left field line. It's falling and catching. He's Navarro into the stands to make the catch. And runs into the first row, but makes the grab and holds on. Nicely done. 6-4. Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, wants you to know what healthy means to you. Send a picture of you doing your healthy activity. Find details at bidmc.org/healthyis. Changes for the Yankees. Greg Golson in the game in right field for Austin Kearns. Juan Miranda at first base after Lance Berkman was hit for. And a pinch hitter for the Red Sox is Jed Lowry, who takes strike one. Pinch hitting for Lars Anderson. Lowry at 281, 7 homers, 21 runs batted in. Royce Ring back on the mound for New York. The final out of the 7th inning came in to face J.D. Drew and got Drew to ground out to second base. Evan Nova, who is up in the pen for New York. It's outside, 3-1. Lowry, then Kalish and Nava expected here in the 8th. A 2-run lead for New York. Lowry takes the walk to begin things in the 8th. Time now for the in-game box score brought to you by Mass Mutual. And Patterson at the top has been 0 for 4, but Felipe Lopez 3 for 4. First home run with the Red Sox. He scored a couple of runs. Double for Nava in this game, and RBIs for Anderson and Navarro. Red Sox trailing by 2 runs as they bat here in the last of the 8th inning. Leadoff walk for Jed Lowry, pinch hitting for Lars Anderson in the 8th. Now Ryan Kalish takes strike one over the inside corner. Kalish walked in the first, grounded into a double play in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 6th inning. Ball 2, 2-1. Outside, ball 3. So Royce Ring walks the first batter of the inning and now falls behind the next one, 3-1. To right field, and this will get in for a base hit. Over is Golson, who guns it back in. Throw goes to 3rd, and it's 1st and 3rd, nobody out. A good start to the bottom of the 8th for the Red Sox. Off Royce Ring.
Now Ring falling behind the left-hander Ryan Kalish. He can set it a fastball. He gets the fastball and delivers with the base hit to right field.
Girardi out to make the change, 6-4 Yankees. was a big Red Sox report day. Stand-ups. Still 3 shows.
Time now for the Coors Light freeze cam. And earlier in the ballgame, Daniel Navas scoring from third base as A.J. Burnett was questioning the call at first base with the first base umpire. Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Force Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
So with runners at first and third and nobody out here in the last half of the 8th inning, Red Sox trailing by 2 runs. Nobody into the game. His 10th appearance, 7 have been starts. 1-1 with a 4.54 earned run average. Allowed 39 2/3 innings, and opponents hitting at 260 against Nova. Had 2 relief appearances in mid-May. And since being recalled, this is his first relief appearance this time around after 7 starts for New York. In the 8th inning with Daniel Navas standing in. Navas been hit by 2 pitches in the game and has doubled. Up the middle, knocked down by Nunez. A run will score. Everybody is safe, and the Red Sox are within a run. It's a base hit for Nava, his second of the night, and it's 6-5 now.
And Nava's been on base 4 times tonight. A double, a single, a drive, and a run. Has been hit by a pitch twice. This deflects right off to the glove of Eduardo Nunez at shortstop. It looked like it might have been a double play ball when it left the bat, but not the case.
So 2 on and nobody out. Josh Reddick coming up. Red Sox trailing by a run.
That's if they have Reddick bunting, trying to get 2 men into scoring position. Red Sox only down by 1.
They're not expecting it, as is Miranda at first base. Reddick swinging away and sending one to right. Golson will make the catch and unable to move the runners along. First out of the inning.
Golson wasn't really playing all that deep out there in right field. He got a very good jump on the ball, and when the ball left the bat, it looked like it had a chance to drop in for a base hit, but he covered the ground very quickly. See how shallow he's playing?
So 2 on, 1 out. That's Rodriguez in from third. Cervelli, the catcher, also talking it over. And David Ortiz has popped out of the dugout. And Michael Navarro will be pinch hit for. Red Sox trail by a run as Big Papi at 266 with 32 home runs and 102 runs batted in makes his way into the plate. This season has been used as a pinch hitter 4 times, 0 for 4 as a pinch hitter. Three career pinch hit home runs. Bounced in, and Cervelli does a great job to knock it down.
Wow. How about that play by Cervelli? You're talking about the tying and winning run moving to second base. Instead, he blocks it, and both have to stay at their respective bases.
Kalish at second, Knob at first, one down in the eighth. One problem for Nova, when men have been on, he's really struggled as a starter. Nobody's on, he's usually pretty good, but when people start getting on base, that's when the trouble begins.
And usually when you come in as a relief pitcher, there are men on base.
And here he is with runners at first and second. They allowed one inherited runner to score. He's behind Big Papi 2-0. 3-0.
It has not even been close.
Kevin Cash on deck. One out in the eighth. 3-0 pitch. Taken all the way and taking strike one.
Almost have to take one there. He'd been so wild on the first three pitches. Hard to give Papi the green light there.
Ortiz chops it foul, and it's a full count now. So Nova battles back to make it full, 3-2. The run that he scored this inning charged to Royce Ring, still responsible for Kalish at second as Cervelli's back out there again. For conference with Nova. Two pitch. Ortiz fouls it off and do it again. 97 that time for Nova. A little extra as he reaches back. Pitch. Runners go. Ortiz takes ball four, and the bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning allowed by Yankees pitching. The first for Nova. And here comes Dave Island, the pitching coach, with Kevin Cash expected. Looks like we'll have a pinch runner for Ortiz at first base. Bill Hall will pinch hit for Big Papi after he walked. So base is loaded and one out. Kevin Cash not going to be hit for here by Terry Francona.
And there are options on the bench, including Victor Martinez.
So it's Cash, who was 0 for 3 tonight, 2 strikeouts and a flyout. Cash takes ball one. Kalish at third, Knob at second, Hall at first. Outside, 2-0. Nobody warming right now, but we will be in a minute or less. 3-0. And again, nothing close. Jonathan Abaladejo starts to warm. 3-0 to the number 9 man, Kevin Cash. He backs out, and A-Rod comes in from third to talk to Nova. There's a strike, 3-1. Red Sox have them loaded with 1 out here in the last half of the 8th. Trailing by a run. Cash fouls it off, and it's a full count now.
After falling behind 3-0, Nova able to come back with back-to-back fastballs for strikes. This time Kevin Cash fouling it off.
Cash fouls it off. And it remains 3-2. So it's joining the Red Sox on July the 1st. Cash has not recorded an RBI yet with the Red Sox. There's a chance here to do some damage in the 8th with the Red Sox trailing by a run. Top of the order, Eric Patterson waiting on deck. 3-2 pitch. Ball back again. Cash did have 4 RBIs, a member of the Astros before coming to Boston. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Kevin Cash. Cash fouls one off Cervelli and stays alive.
Just getting a piece of this to give himself another chance. How many strikes in a row can Nova throw?
Three-two pitch yet again. And Cash fouls it off to the left.
Like Kevin may have helped him out a little bit there. That ball looked like it was going to be up and in. Possibly ball 4.
This at bat extends to a 10th pitch. Cash fouls off another. We'll see more. Fouled off 6 in a row. And again waits on a 3-2 with the bases loaded, 1 out in the 8th. Tying run 90 feet away. Ball 4. The tying run's coming in. And this game is tied at 6 aside. Back-to-back walks allowed by Nova. First RBI for Kevin Cash in a Red Sox uniform since his first stint in Boston back in 2008. They're still loaded, and there's 1 out. The chance now to put the Sox on top. Eric Patterson 0 for 4 from the top spot in the order. And he struck out twice, flied out to right, and lined to short. Infield in all the way around for New York as Patterson takes strike 1, a high strike at that.
3 walks in this inning for Red Sox hitters. 3 walks, a couple of hits have resulted in a run.
"21 pitches from Nova since coming in. Foul straight back, and it's 0-2. A reminder to stay with us after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings Live. complete post-game coverage coming up. Love at third base, Hall at second base, Cash at first base. One out here in the bottom of the 8th. 0-2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. The runs that have scored are charged to Royce Ring. So he gives up 2 1/3 of an inning on a hit and a walk. Nova now responsible for the runners on, and the bases are loaded. Patterson may have gone. They check. No, says Jeff Nelson, and it's 2-2.
Patterson coming very close, but never did break those wrists.
Patterson fouls it off, and it hangs at 2-2. On deck, Felipe Lopez, who's had a 3-hit night, including a home run. Four-head run, 90 feet away in Nava. 2-2 pitch to Patterson. Strike 3 call. Third time Patterson is down by way of the K.
And Nova goes outside with the fastball, outside corner, nasty pitch, and Patterson down. So the infield moves back with the Yankees now with the bases loaded.
Felipe Lopez has singled, homered, singled, and grounded out. Up and away off the glove of Cervelli, but just a step away. Felipe Lopez, the 8th member of the Red Sox to bat in the 8th. They've tied this game and are looking to take the lead in the 8th. Lopez grounds it softly right side. Miranda will flip to the pitch who covers Nova, and it will end the 8th. But the game is tied 6-6 at the end of 8. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by New England Toyota Dealers, Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network, the New England Kia Dealers, Sullivan Tire, and by Southwest Airlines. Changes for the Red Sox as this game is tied 6-6 as we head to the 9th. And the changes have Bill Hall now at third base for Boston. Felipe Lopez moving from third to shortstop. And into the game at first base is Jed Lowry. New pitcher for the Red Sox is Robert Manuel. His 10th appearance of the year, no record, a 5.06 earned run average. He's logged 10 2/3. And opponents hitting at 225 against him. It is Juan Miranda who will lead it off for New York in the 9th inning. Strike one. There's double-barreled action for the Red Sox. Cuello and Richardson both worked in the first game and are warming in game 2. And 0-1. Miranda gets jammed and pops it up left side of the infield. Lopez puts it away for out number 1 of the 9th. Francisco Cervelli making his way to the plate. Walked at a sacrifice fly, grounded out, and single to drive in a pair of runs. Nick Swisher has come out on deck. He would bat for Eduardo Nunez. There's a 1-0. Line towards left center field. This will get down and roll to the track of the wall. Cervelli is headed to second base and has got a double with 1 down in the 9th. The Yankees have a runner in scoring position in this tie game in the 9th inning, and pinch hitter Nick Swisher coming up.
Well, there he is again. Cervelli doing it against the Red Sox. This time the double. He had a base hit last time up to drive in a run. Finds that gap in left center field, runs it to the wall, and gets in scoring position with 1 out.
Swisher to pinch hit for Nunez, who had been 0 for 3 with a walk in the game. 288, 28 homers, 88 runs batted in. Swisher takes ball 1. 2 for 20 as a pinch hitter and 0 for 5 this year as a pinch hitter. Pops it up, foul ground. Hall into foul ground's got to play, and he makes it. 2 down in the inning, a big out.
You mentioned not much success for Swisher as a pinch hitter. Nice easy pop up there for Bill Hall. Cervelli remains at second base.
Brett Gardner batting with 2 down and Cervelli at second. Gardner with a single back in the first inning. 3 stolen base night. Rock reached on an error, grounded out, struck out. And that takes strike 1 from Manuel. miss, and it's 0-2.
Not much done on either side tonight with men in scoring position.
The Yankees are 4 for 36 on the day if they combine the day portion and the night portion. They won the day portion and are tied 6-6 in the night portion at the moment, trying to push across the go-ahead run. With Cervelli at second base, 2 outs in the ninth. Here's an 0-2 to Brett Gardner. And it's inside, ball 1. Ball 2, just inside, 2-2. Strike 3 call. Manuel out of the jam in the ninth. We head to the bottom of the ninth, tied 6-6. Don't forget after the game to stay with us for Granite City Electric Red Sox final. It's coming up from our Nesson HD Television Center. Well, it's the last half of the ninth inning, game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. Into the game at shortstop for New York is Ramiro Pena. It is J.D. Drew who will lead it off here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Drew, Lowry, and Kalish expected in the inning. Over back on the mound. Well, he's been starting games for New York, so he could go a while here for the Yankees if necessary. This will be his 30th pitch of relief. And Drew takes strike 1. To right field, falling fast, and in for a base hit. Lead runner on for Boston in the ninth. First hit of the night for J.D., who had been 0 for 4.
Well, this time they will drop one in front of Golson for the base hit. Off-speed pitch, a change-up that time that Drew hooks and drops it in front of Golson. So the Red Sox have the lead man on here in the ninth.
Well, Jed Lowry, who walked and scored in the 8th inning, part of a 2-run 8th that saw the Red Sox come back from a 2-run deficit down 6-4 to tie the game. It's ball 1. This is the 9th game between the Red Sox and Yankees. It has taken longer than 3.5 hours to play. Just over 3.5 right now. Game 1, 4-18, but that went 10. The 1-0 is to left field. Over is Granderson, and the two almost collide, but it is Gardner who makes the catch, with Granderson right there with him.
Yeah, both guys calling for Granderson to take charge guy in center field, but it was Brett Gardner stepping in front of Granderson to make the catch. Both guys holding each other off.
So 1 out, Drew still at first base, no advance for him. Kalish the batter. And he takes ball 1. Makes his way on deck. The 1-0. Grounded foul, 1-1. Leadoff single by J.D. Drew to start the 9th inning off. Fly out to left field for Lowry for the first out of the inning. Low throw. Miranda able to get it. As they check on Drew's, lead was not terribly large. High ball 2, 2-1.
Would the Red Sox try a hit and run play? 2 balls, 1 strike. Good count to do it on. Don't do it very often.
Drew not going, and it's ball 3, 3-1.
Good thing, too, because that pitch wasn't even close.
Pitch to Kalish. Ball 4, and down to first base he goes. There is the 3rd walk allowed by Nova since coming into this game. And it's put the winning run to second base with 1 out in the 9th. And now they're coming up. The conference at the mound for Francisco Cervelli. Has been hit by a pitch, doubled, hit by a pitch, and single. Takes strike 1. Hits it in the air to left field. Gardner going back to make the catch. And the runners going back to their respective bases. Drew to second, Kalish to first. 2 down in the 9th.
Ball away from Daniel Nava. Has to go to the opposite field with it, and not enough. As Brett Gardner's able to track it down for the second out.
So 2 outs in the 9th inning. Josh Reddick, the batter. 0 for 4 in the game. Reddick fouls it off for strike 1. J.D. Drew at second base, representing the winning run here in the last of the 9th with 2 down. An 0-1 pitch to Reddick. Swung and foul, and he's quickly down 0-2.
Back to the fastball for Nova. Reddick, a good fastball hitter, but not this time. No contact.
The 0-2 pitch to Reddick. Reddick, that was in the dirt. Let's see, they're going to check. Did he go? No. We'll hold up, says Nelson, and it's 1-2. Cervelli sprawling to grab it quickly.
Cervelli doing another good job blocking the ball in the dirt that time. He wanted to see if he checked to see if he'd go. The answer was no.
Coming up on 1 a.m. Now it is.
That's good. Good time for a hit.
1-2 pitch to Reddick. Down low, 2-2. Bill Hall waiting on deck. Pinch ran for David Ortiz, who walked in the 8th. This will be the 45th pitch thrown by Nova since coming in the 8th. 2-2 to Reddick. Reddick hits a pop-up. In the left field, Gardner is under it, and we have bonus baseball in game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. Tied at 6 at the end of 9. Extra innings on Nesson is brought to you by Wendy's.
You know when it's real.
Now we head to the top half of the 10th inning, tied up 6-6 in Game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. This is the 731st pitch of this day-night doubleheader. I'm not kidding. And it's strike one to Curtis Granderson. Down the right field line, hook foul. Anderson, 0 for 4 in the game with a sac fly. It's outside 1-2. Pops it up on the left field line. This will get back into the seats. Correo and Richardson warming in the pen as they were last inning. Anderson, Teixeira, and Rodriguez are expected here in the 10th inning for New York. 1-2 fouled off. Two and two. Mano came in the 9th inning, gave up a double to Cervelli, worked his way around it, getting Swisher, a pinch hitter, to foul out, and then he struck out Gardner to end the 9th inning. 2-2 pitch. It's up high, ball 3. Will head down to first base with a walk to begin things in the 10th. Check swing didn't go. Jeff Nelson, third base set, so lead runner on.
That pitch was very close to picking up the outside corner. No swing by Granderson, but the pitch looked pretty good. Well, just outside.
Mark Teixeira. Hit by a pitch back in the first, but since then, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. And it's ball 1. There's a strike. 1-1 to Teixeira. And Suzaka for 5 innings, giving up 4 runs. Atchison, an inning and 2/3, 2 runs. Okajima, inning and a third, no runs. And Manuel's been in there for an inning plus. 1-1 is popped up foul, back and out of play. Right side off the glove. It goes to second. Patterson will go to first with the pitcher covering for the out. So 3-4-1 on the put out. And Granderson gets to second base with now 1 down.
Now that ball deflecting off the glove of Jed Lowry right to Eric Patterson at second base. But the key here is the Yankees do get a man in scoring position with the out at first.
Alex Rodriguez, a base hit his last time up, an infield hit. With 7 Yankees hits, Red Sox actually out hitting New York 9-7. 1 out in the 10th. The Yankees won it in 10 in the first game. It's outside, ball 1. On deck, Robinson, Cano here in the 10th. On the ground foul, 1-1. Rodriguez hits a fly ball to center field. Kalish going back towards the triangle, still going to make the catch. Deep in the triangle, deep enough that Granderson can tag and take third. As Rodriguez hits it to one of the deepest parts of Fenway Park, back to that triangle area. But it is caught by Kalish. The Yankees have the go-ahead run 90 feet away.
Yeah, not much carry tonight because of the way the wind's blowing. In the middle of the summer with the wind blowing out, that might have been dangerous. Still a pretty good poke there by Rodriguez out to the warning track.
2 outs in the 10th. Anderson at third base, and Cano will be put on at first base open. Jorge Posada will pinch it. This will be the 6th time in this game that Cano has been on base. As he heads down to first on the intentional walk, they're at the corners with 2 down. But coming up is Posada to pinch hit. Posada was 0 for 4 in the first game today. 1 for 12 this year as a pinch hitter. His only hit as a pinch hitter is a home run. He's got 18 of them on the season. As you saw, a .251 average, 57 runs batted in. First and third for New York. It's Granderson at third. Cano at first. 2 outs in the 10th. Five home runs for Posada as a pinch hitter in his career. As he takes ball 1 inside. There's a strike, 1-1. Line down the left field line, a foul ball back into the seats, and Posada's down 1-2.
They wanted to elevate that last fastball. They did, and Posada was late on it.
So Juan Miranda waiting on deck. 2 outs here in the 10th. They're going to try to go away. The 1-2 is too far away. 2-2. Posada fouls it off. We'll do it again. 2-2. Anderson at third, Cano at first, 2 down in the 10th, and a 2-2 to Posada. He's up high, ball 3, full count. And he's now thrown 36 pitches since coming into this game in the 9th. Runners on, both walked, one intentionally. Posada lifts a fly ball down the left field line, foul.
3-2 slider that time from Robert Manuel. And a very protective swing by Jorge Posada.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Only 7th pitch of the inning for Manuel. 3-2 pitch to Posada. Down the line and right, but foul out ahead. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 10th inning. Posada pops it up. Lopez stride on the outfield grass, puts it away. The Yankees threaten but do not score. It's on to the bottom of the 10th, tied 6-6. presented by Sun Life Financial. Malcolm Funayama will tell you what the Bruins did today in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Plus a look at the matchups as the Pats head to Miami for a Monday night showdown. It's all coming up tonight after our Red Sox coverage on Nesson Daily.
That should be 2 episodes of Nesson Daily on Sunday. It's already Sunday morning. And they'll have another one on Sunday night.
New right fielder for the Yankees, Colin Curtis, into the game in right. As we head to the last half of the 10th inning. More Nova as he came into this game in the 8th. Up a couple of inherited runners to score. Tying this game 6-6 and has walked a total of 3 batters since coming in. He struck out 1. And here he is in his 3rd inning of relief. Bill Hall leads it off. And takes strike 1. Hall, Cash, and Patterson scheduled to bat in the inning. High fly ball to center field. Back goes Granderson looking up, and it is off the wall. The bottom of it, and Hall will head to second base with a double. Fan has come out onto the field towards Alex Rodriguez and being ushered off by security as that ball hit the bottom of the wall. And it's cool to get into that fan prior to reaching A-Rod.
Bill Hall thought maybe he had enough for the game winner. Almost. Just below hitting that screen area that's up above near the camera stand.
So a leadoff double for Hall to begin things here in the 10th inning. Kevin Cash was able to draw a walk in the 8th inning, which tied the game 6-6. He got the RBI with the bases loaded. Now squaring and taking ball 1. Pulls back 2-0. Not have a sacrifice bunt this year. He's had 7 in his career. '50th pitch for Nova since coming in. They're in at the corners. Cash gets it down the third baseline. A-Rod to first for the out. Sacrifice complete. Winning run 90 feet away. Cash getting it done.
Nicely done by Kevin Cash, dropping it down that third baseline, pulling Rodriguez off the bag. No play at third. The play only to first base. Everybody in, the outfield in, the infield in for the Yankees.
Patterson stands in on the left side. He is 0 for 5 in the game with 3 strikeouts. And takes ball 1. This game has just extended beyond the 4-hour mark. Patterson into center field. From third base comes Hall. Red Sox will walk off with a win from Fenway.
1
Harrison and the Red Sox win it 7-6 in 10 innings from Fenway. Manuel a winner for the first time in the major leagues. And here it was.
Right back up the middle, everybody infield, outfield. Patterson finds the middle of the diamond and brings in Bill Hall. So it's the Hall double, a sacrifice, and the base hit up the middle, and the Red Sox win it on a long day of baseball.
Back with more from Fenway Park after this.